The 5 council members were all called upon separately to Jiang Chen's office. When they left, all of them left with a happy expression. What would have taken 2 days of arguments around the round table, Jiang Chen used a few sentences to solve. The food trade was controlled by Zhao Corporation. From today on, they'll start to hire workers from the outer circle as well as guards. At the same time, they'll order from the mechanical repair factory in the industrial area. The order totaled to 20 modified trucks with crystals as the energy source for the transportation vehicles of the goods. These trucks would be modified at Zhao Chenwu's firearm factory with heavy machine guns attached on top, the exterior being wielded with steel armor and parts. Jiang Chen remembered a sentence Zhao Chenwu told him when he took him on tour: "Unless it was a proposal passed by the 6th Street Council would my factory start producing these hard-to-take-care-of things." Now that there was no more trouble, the damn round table was smashed in half. The council no longer discussed these annoying problems and Jiang Chen's words were the law. When control was in one person's hands, there would be no comical proposals to keep him in check. 10 3 power armor orders with a total price of 110,000 crystals would be completed by next March. Jiang Chen paid 20% upfront to Zhao Chenwu. Zhao Chenwu will use this funding to expand the production line and hire more workers. At the same time, Jiang Chen notified Zhao Chenwu to emphasize Zhao Corporation's weapon research to focus on new power armor types. They must develop a more mobile, higher load, and more powerful T4 power armor. Not only Zhao Corporation, the other 4 council members all received their own benefits. Fan Chen's Metal Shell Chamber of Commerce acquired the project to rebuild the damaged buildings in the inner circle as well as repairing the damages to the wall. At the same time, Jiang Chen gave him the project to connect Fishbone Base to the 6th Street's electric grid. Lu Yun's Shoreline Company, who previously sold small items before the Civil War and traded with Sioux City and Heng City, had a small portion of the pharmaceutical market. Unfortunately, the nuclear explosion in the inner circle almost wiped out half of his stores. Although the rebuild fee would be paid by Crimson Chamber of Commerce's assets, the products he lost during the nuclear explosion were not included as part of the compensation scheme. But just at the brink of bankruptcy, Jiang Chen helped him. He organized all the pieces of lands together and assigned him a large plot of land to aid in his business transformation, building the biggest entertainment city on the wasteland with casinos, hotels, as well as special services. Huaweijia's Star Technology Company still maintained its original business focus, to digest and improve the pre-war technology. But Jiang Chen gave him a research direction, Type 51 transport helicopter. The 6th Street didn't develop their air force, part of the reason being that they never acquired the technology before the war. The other reason being the comical balance of power. Because I don't have the helicopter, therefore you are not allowed to research. Therefore I will group up with the 8 other people to sanction you. Now that the problem didn't exist anymore, Jiang Chen prepaid Huaweijia 20,000 crystals as funding for the upgrade of research equipment and hiring teams to explore pre-war facilities to gather information. Other than the 4 council members mentioned above, even Kong Zhe, who first stood up to oppose Jiang Chen in the initial meeting, gained something out of this. Jiang Chen, putting aside their history, made this guy who was living anxiously for the past few days graciously express his gratitude. However, Jiang Chen really didn't care about this appreciation as he used a casual voice to tell him that, as long as he is obedient, there will be things to gain out of it. Now that the 6th Street was back on track, it was time to go back to the Fishbone Base as that's where his core operations lie. The helicopter was left there. The Star Technology Company's technologists will use equipment to scan the helicopter and acquire the needed technical data. Chu Nan, as the pilot, was obviously left behind on the 6th Street. Considering that the restructure of the council to the upper and lower house would still require coordination, Jiang Chen granted Chu Nan as his representative to perform part of the duties as the general. He also left 200 soldiers behind to maintain order. After taking care of these things, Jiang Chen took the remaining soldiers and left the 6th Street. Finally get to go home. On the way, Sun Jiao lazily stretched. That's right, finally going home. Jiang Chen smiled as he looked at the underground entrance. The underground tunnel modified with the cooperation of Zhao Qinwu now belonged completely to Jiang Chen, with elite soldiers wielding kinetic skeletons guarding the entrance. When they saw Jiang Chen and Sun Jiao approach, the 5 soldiers on duty saluted and opened the gate to the tunnel. Speaking of this, a lot happened in this half a year. Walking on the dry concrete road, Sun Jiao abruptly started talking. That's right. Is that the only thing you can say? Sun Jiao pouted her mouth as she gave a dirty look to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen laughed as he naturally held onto her hand. Sun Jiao's face turned red but quickly returned to normal. You are blushing. No. We have done it so many times. Is your zodiac a cat? Jiang Chen painfully shook his right hand as he exaggeratedly blew on his hand. This girl pinched him. After spending so long together, he almost forgot that she was a lunatic with a muscle strength of 44. Although the thin arms did not show any signs of muscle. Sun Jiao stared at him in embarrassment. Why are you saying this here? Sun Jiao glanced in the front as there were no signs of the team anymore. Leading in the front was Cheng Weiguo. As to the 2 people intentionally lagging behind, that guy understandingly took the 40-something soldiers and moved at a faster pace, leaving the quiet space to them. Ahem, they are all gone. Jiang Chen with a grin put his arm around her waist. She didn't resist against Jiang Chen's intimate action as they walked in the not-so-romantic underground tunnel. Compared to the first time they walked inside, this place has been completely changed. The wall was covered with luminescent stripes that emitted cold blue lights which lit up the pitch-black underground. The river flowing with dirty water had been blocked already with a layer of polyethylene alloy separator. The outlets were blocked by polyethylene boards which stopped the possibility of bandits or cannibals from entering. What is your EP indicators now? Why are you asking about it? I just want to see, do I have the ability to forcefully do you? Jiang Chen asked in a half-joking voice. Hearing that, Sun Jiao's face turned red again, but it was soon changed into a smirk as she displayed the EP on her arm. Username, Sun Jiao Muscle Strength, 49 Bone Strength, 67 Reflex, 50 Brain Cell Strength, 13. Gasp dash, wait, I remember you were 44, 61, 40. Staring at the screen, Jiang Chen said in complete shock. Muscle strength increased by 5 points, bone strength by 6, and reflex by a shocking 10 points. Muscle strength, 49 bone strength, 67 reflex, 50 brain cell strength, 13. Jiang Chen quietly looked at his own EP, the difference was still quite drastic. Muscle strength and reflex were okay as he was only behind 10-something points, but she almost doubled his bone strength. I thought I was going to catch up to you. Jiang Chen forced a smile as he closed the EP in disappointment. While you are improving, I am not lagging behind. Sun Jiao flipped her luscious black hair as she said proudly. Looks like the difference is only going to get bigger. Jiang Chen sighed. The EP stat determines, under an ideal setting, a human's maximum ability. For most humans, the maximum stat achievable is 100, while an infant's is 0. The stat thus quantifies the user's current ability. Under the circumstance that the DNA is not modified, the limit humans can reach is 100. If the modification causes reproductive isolation, then the person wouldn't be referred to human anymore, they would have to be named after another species. Once the stat passes 50, it is much more difficult to increase it. Although Sun Jiao's stats points speed didn't seem to be as fast as Jiang Chen's, which double within a few months, this was due to her initial stats being much higher. Just like in video games, the difficulty from level 1 to 10 is far easier compared to level 50 to 51. Seeing Jiang Chen sigh, Sun Jiao though his dignity was hurt as she gentle comforted him. There are lots of different definitions for being powerful. Body condition is only one of them. A lot of people on the wasteland possess a frail body, but with their superb shooting skills, they can still win a fight against people with body conditions multiple times greater. As well as people who have mastered mechanical knowledge, with the help of the assistive device, they're able to acquire strong powers. Also the hackers, they could infiltrate the mechanical people wandering among shambles to force them to fight. Then what am I strong at? Jiang Chen cockily laughed. Sun Jiao rolled her eyes at Jiang Chen, who was showing off. She then bit her lips as she stared into the distant darkness. Do you know now? I just want to listen to my woman compliment me. Jiang Chen shamelessly said these words. He was always someone that liked to show off. With a slight smirk, Sun Jiao rolled her eyes at Jiang Chen, and then with a half-serious half-joking tone. Your power comes from the fact that you can gain the affection of other people. So, the charm stat is maxed out. That was a unique way of saying this, as Jiang Chen couldn't stop himself from laughing. For example, you. Not only me, but Yao Yao, even Lin Lin, as well as everyone in the base. Why don't you say leadership? Different from leadership. Think closely, is there even a time where you used the slavery chip to force someone to listen to you? People trust that you can bring order, they trust you. Therefore, they follow you to a brighter future, that's why they are willing to listen to you. To be able to gather so many people willing to fight for you, it is an amazing ability. Sun Jiao playfully winked. Hearing that, Jiang Chen paused and then smiled, but he then exaggeratedly let out a sigh. What, are you still not pleased with having this power? Very pleased, but I still have some regrets. Regrets? I can't tie you to a chair and seek revenge for the first time we met. Jiang Chen with a smirk spoke into her ear. Oh. Don't you think it is thrilling to be tied down? She smiled like a little devil as she also spoke into Jiang Chen's ear, and naughtily blew inside. I am not a masochist. Although he was never against trying new things, looking at the side of Jiang Chen's face, the tip of Sun Jiao's mouth also rolled up. You've changed. Ahem, I was not a masochist before, Jiang Chen said speechlessly. Not that, Sun Jiao laughed out. She paused, and then with a ridiculing tone, she jokingly said, you are more mature compared to the first time you were here. Which one do you like better? Both. Although during that time you were also delicious. It is more attractive for you to be more mature, Sun Jiao with a finger on her lips said. What do you mean by delicious? Jiang Chen had a helpless expression on his face. But speaking of that, within 5 short months, he did grow a lot. He was previously just a young man entering into society with no notable achievements in life. If he didn't acquire that magical interdimensional travel ability, he would probably be inside his apartment, rotting away. Or even going back to his hometown and becoming unemployed while still holding an honors university degree. Not even house, he would probably have to depend on his parents to not starve. Now looking back from this perspective, he felt melancholic. Seeing the adorable gesture of Sun Jiao, Jiang Chen also joked back. You've also changed. Oh. How have I changed? Sun Jiao put her hands on her waist as she pretended to be authoritative. Too many things. Jiang Chen laughed as he started to count his finger. More civilized, no longer licking fingers after eating cans, knows how to match clothing, learn to be compassionate, and even knows how to knit a scarf. Sun Jiao's mouth curved up showing her proudness. Which change do you like the most? Boobs are slightly bigger. Be serious. Sun Jiao gave Jiang Chen a dirty look as she reached to pinch Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen with a grin easily dodged the attack without any force. From being audacious to more understanding, or more feminine. Hearing that, Sun Jiao's face immediately turned red, her eyes frantically looked around, as her finger twirled her hair around shyly. Feminine. What, was I not before? Jiang Chen smiled but didn't reply. Chatting was a great way to pass the time, there were glares of different light in the distance. The ladder at the end had long been changed into a spacious elevator. When they approached at the exit, Jiang Chen pressed the button for the elevator. "Now that you have taken care of things here, will you go back to the other side?" Stepping onto the elevator, Sun Jiao said, not wanting to let him go. "Aha!" Jiang Chen nodded and followed her. As if Sun Jiao had already expected the answer, she didn't ask him to stay, she only spoke with a small voice. "What is this world to you?" Jiang Chen paused for a moment as he didn't expect Sun Jiao to ask this question. But the pause only lasted for a second. Jiang Chen gently smiled as he tousled her hair. "It was only a gold mine in the beginning. But now, my second home." With his words, a bright smile emerged on Sun Jiao's face. That smile was beautiful. When he walked out of the elevator, Jiang Chen was greeted by the thunderous applause of all the survivors at the fishbone base. The snow was thick and cold, but it didn't cool off the people's energy by the slightest. A girl even gifted Jiang Chen with flowers. The first groups of survivors that joined the base were all refugees from the 6th Street. They suffered from hunger, disease, and were looked down upon as they struggled to survive. It was fair to say that they don't have the slightest positive impression of the Group of 10 Council. Although they have nothing to do with the 6th Street anymore, Jiang Chen becoming the new owner of the 6th Street made them feel proud and avenged. Jiang Chen waved back at the crowd with a smile before entering the community center along with Sun Jiao. When they entered the supply management office, Jiang Chen found manager Wang Qin. "All the compensation to the Black Blood mercenaries have been paid out, a total of 11,000 crystals." Because he was afraid that his base would be affected by the civil war, Luo Yang has already taken his people back to the 6th Street. As to the trade with Luding Town, he left a representative to delegate with us. Jiang Chen nodded at Wang Qin's report. The food business for the 6th Street as well as other areas were all given to Zhao Chenwu. As to Luding Town, because of the trade agreement with Tang Mia, Jiang Chen hired the Black Blood mercenaries and Luo Yang would be responsible for escorting the food to the aircraft and then transporting back the crystals and chips. As to the specifics, Jiang Chen left it to Wang Qin to worry about. He trusted that in this field of expertise, her experience was more than enough. On the other hand, there were around 100 survivors that joined the fishbone base, with the majority being survivors from Qingpu, and some were even from Songjiang area, near Qingpu. For the newly joined survivors, Jiang Chen had a welcoming attitude but was worried by fishbone base's housing limitation. The expansion of the fishbone base has also slowed due to increased construction of the defense line near Taifu River. But following the decrease of pressure from the mutated humans, Lu Huaxing brought the construction team back to the base. It won't be long until the housing problem is resolved. Did Luo Yang say anything before he left? Pondering this for a moment, Wang Qin said in a quiet voice. "He said you are cunning but deceitful." Jiang Chen immediately burst out laughing. "I'll take that as a compliment then." If he heard the news of the Civil War, he would do anything to bring his people back to the 6th Street. Although 70-something people was not a lot, they were all experienced. With the 70-something mercenaries, he could have easily gotten more compared to the 11,000 crystals. After arranging the related tasks, Jiang Chen walked out of the office and together with Sun Jiao, who was waiting outside, went to the mansion. After the interrogation, Sun Xiaoro has been locked in the basement. If it were a stranger, it would be okay, but she was Sun Jiao's younger sister. Considering his relationship with Sun Jiao, this Sun Xiaoro could be regarded as his sister-in-law. "What is your plan for my sister?" On the way to the basement, Sun Jiao asked in a quiet voice. "To be honest, I don't know." Sun Jiao gently bit her lips as she wanted to say something, but nothing ended up coming out. Jiang Chen peeked at the side of Sun Jiao's face and didn't say anything either. The two walked to the basement in silence as they pushed open the door. "The pervert is finally back." Lin Lin sat in front of the computer with her eyes focused on the screen while saying it without turning her head. Before they headed to the front line, Jiang Chen asked her to investigate why Sun Xiao lost her childhood memory, or even why she doesn't remember Sun Jiao as a person. He then related it to the zeal without reasoning for the religion and suspected she had been brainwashed or experienced hypnosis before. Jiang Chen ignored Lin Lin badmouthing him as he glanced at the Sun Xiao floating in the nutrient chamber. Did you figure anything out? A proud smile flashed across Lin Lin's face as she pressed a few buttons. Of course, who do you think I am? A brain-shaped full sensory visual was projected out. Lin Lin stood up from the chair and walked beside the visual. Using special equipment to scan, I found a nano chip in her hippocampus. Its purpose was to block the nervous system from extracting information from the hippocampus which would act as a seal to her childhood memory. As Lin Lin said this, she clicked on the full sensory visual as she magnified the chip hidden in her brain. Is there a way to remove this chip? Jiang Chen said gently. Of course, but it will be complicated. Lin Lin let out a sigh. Seeing that the always cocky digitalized human scientist expressed her concern, Sun Jiao turned anxious as she grabbed onto Lin Lin's shoulder, pleading her. There are still ways, right? Please, I don't want my sister to become someone's puppet. If there is anything I can do to help, tell me and I will do my best. She was slightly uncomfortable being stared at by Sun Jiao's pleading eyes. Her face turned slightly red as she looked away and interrupted her in a small voice. The chip has been in her brain since she was young. In the case that the chip can be removed without damaging her brain, even with the pre-war medical conditions, there would be no guarantee, especially here. So what options do we have? Jiang Chen asked calmly. The easiest way is to find the person who implanted the chip, release the control, and make the chip eternally dormant. Could it not be taken down by an EMP? Jiang Chen couldn't help but ask. Hearing that, Lin Lin felt exasperated. When the size of the device and the sensor is much smaller than the wavelength of the microwave frequency cannot be coupled to the device with sufficient energy to cause damage. The electromagnetic pulse on the nano-level electronic components is invalid. How did you learn your physics? Aren't you a university student on the other side? Jiang Chen's face turned red as he tried to argue back. We don't learn those things on that side. Sun Jiao stared at her sister in the nutrient chamber as she suddenly spoke out. As long as I catch the person that implanted the chip right. Even if he was caught, I don't think he would easily give up control. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows as he was also troubled. Then I will force him to give it. A grimace flashed across Sun Jiao's face as her tightly clenched fists shook with anger. Looking at the expression on Sun Jiao's face, Jiang Chen let out a sigh. Seems like a war with the dusk was inevitable, though there was no possibility of having a peaceful resolution to begin with. I will help you. Jiang Chen held on to Sun Jiao's fist as he gently comforted her. Aha! Sun Jiao's face was covered in a red hue as she buried her head. Lin Lin pouted her lips. Her heart began to beat faster out of displeasure from seeing the two display affection while completely ignoring her. Wait, how could a mechanical heart start beating faster? Lin Lin was shocked. But just when she realized this, her body's control was already taken over by the guest in her body. Oh! Quick, help me, I can't control the power in my body. Lin Lin was bent over with her arms clutching her stomach as her body began to shake violently. Just from her posture and tone, she looked like an anime character. What's going on? Jiang Chen was alerted, but before he could react, Lin Lin already moved. Like a jaguar, Lin Lin leapt at Sun Jiao. With no time to guard herself, Sun Jiao was pushed onto the ground with her back against the floor. Lin Lin sat on top of her waist, her eyes shone with a hollow and ominous red light. What do you want to do? Sun Jiao blocked Lin Lin's arm as she said furiously. But seeing the redness from her eyes, Sun Jiao suddenly realized. It was not Lin Lin, but rather the ting-ting in her body. Mine, a hollow voice said. What are you even saying? Sun Jiao's face was bloated as she locked onto Tingting's hands. The digitalized human strength was surprisingly high. With Sun Jiao's power, she couldn't push it away. Seeing Lin Lin's usual timid look, it was hard to imagine that the body possessed this massive amount of power. Tingting for some strange reasons was enraged. Jiang Chen immediately rushed over when he saw Sun Jiao being pushed down to the floor. His hands hugged Lin Lin in an attempt to drag her away from Sun Jiao. The scene was chaotic. At the same time, Yao Yao, who has been sending food to Lin Lin, suddenly opened the door as she brought the delicious meal in. Then she saw the two twisting on the ground, fighting, and the cute loli was immediately shocked as she froze in place, not knowing what to do. What happened? Jiang Chen with the corner his eye noticed the small rabbit slippers. He then turned his head just enough to look at Yao Yao and through his heavy breathing, asked for help. Yao Yao, help me, bring that tranquilizer over. Oh no, bring that static device over. Okay. Yao Yao fiercely nodded her head as she put the dishes on the table and then ran to the operating table, frantically searching for the equipment. I don't know which one it is. Yao Yao, who couldn't find it, was about to cry out of anxiousness. F***CK, I can't take this anymore. Sun Jiao's face turned a dark red as she began to swear, can I take her apart? Is this considered chaos among the concubines? As Jiang Chen, with a mixture of emotions, was trying to comfort Sun Jiao while doing everything he can to control the enraged Lin Lin. But suddenly, Lin Lin's action stopped, but the red light in her eyes was even brighter. Jiang Chen was alerted. Damn it, it's the Klein particle beam. Then help me get her away. Sun Jiao didn't know what the Klein particle beam was, but Jiang Chen had seen the power of it. It was just that he didn't know if it is effective on humans. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth as his eyes were covered with a layer of red dots. Fury. His strength exploded by 20 points. Oh. Lin Lin's face was suddenly flushed red as the pressure around her chest made all her power go away for a moment. Falling backward, she was dragged away by Jiang Chen. Under the critical situation, Jiang Chen didn't notice what he had grabbed onto. Seeing that Lin Lin finally got off of Sun Jiao's body, he immediately deactivated Fury, but before he could gather a breath, a beam of red light scathed by his forehead and shot at the ceiling. The highly penetrative Klein particle didn't leave any traces on the wall, but it instantly destroyed all the electronics in the room as the light immediately turned dark. Ah! The basement suddenly turning dark made Yao Yao drop the static device in her hand. Sun Jiao stood up breathing heavily, she moved her body around, and fiercely started at the Lin Lin paralyzed in Jiang Chen's arms. Because the circuit was destroyed, the nutrient chamber initiated emergency protocol. The door slowly opened as the nutrients spilled all over the ground. Sun Xiaoro slowly fell onto the ground. Seeing that, Jiang Chen silently took out his pistol. The EP was broken, he could not control the mechanical arm on Sun Xiaoro. If she striked at this time, then he had to shoot her limbs. Sun Jiao also blankly stared at Sun Xiaoro on the ground. Under her vision, Sun Xiaoro's lips moved, and her mouth gradually opened. The nutrients emitted a luminescent light. With the help of the light in blurring her vision, she looked at Sun Jiao. Sister. Jiang Chen took out the graphene memory card from the previous EP as he replaced it with a new one. The Klein particle seems to have destroyed the chip in Sun Xiaoro's head, which was a happy surprise. Seeing the sisters hug, Jiang Chen had a genuine smile on his face. But things were never this simple. After recollecting her memory, Sun Xiaoro seemed to have entered some kind of dismay, her childhood memory suddenly surfacing shocked her current memory. As if two people were fighting in her head. One represented her memory in the fallout shelter, while the other was the memory instilled in her at the dusk. The exact symptom was that her expression was frightening at times while gentle in others. She hid between the arms of Sun Jiao as her body trembled uncontrollably. But one thing was clear when she saw Jiang Chen, her expression remained in fear. Maybe he went overboard last time. Jiang Chen thought awkwardly. The damage on the mind would have to be left to time to heal. Of course, Jiang Chen didn't refer to the interrogation. For safety purposes, Jiang Chen closed the functionality of her left mechanical arm. To leave time for the sisters, Jiang Chen held on to Yao Yao and carried Lin Lin out of the basement. When Lin Lin drowsily woke up from her unconsciousness, the sun had already set. The red light in her eyes had vanished. Seeing Jiang Chen sitting beside the bed, Lin Lin's face turned red all of a sudden. "Have you been here the entire time?" Lin Lin asked in a feeble voice. "Aha." Ting returned to normal. Jiang Chen didn't notice the unnatural tone as he wryly rubbed his temple. "She has been controlled. Controlling my body seems to cost a lot of energy. She is now asleep." Lin Lin gulped as she nodded her head. Jiang Chen let out a sigh as he stood up. "Rest well." Leaving those words, Jiang Chen headed for the door. "Wait." Lin Lin stopped him. Jiang Chen stopped and turned his head. Are you going back to the modern world?" "Aha, probably tomorrow morning. I want mango pudding." Lin Lin said without humiliation as she licked her lips in excitement. "Based on my research of history, the Earth in 2015 must have that thing so troublesome. If I remember next time when I come back." He was just about to reject, but for some reason, Jiang Chen lost the mood to bully her. She seemed to be cuter when she smiled. A remorseful expression was just about to appear. However, when she heard Jiang Chen's last sentence, a joyful smile appeared on her face as she sat up on the bed. "You should rest a bit more." "No, pudding is more important." She wiped the tip of her mouth, ran to the experiment table in slippers, and took off something strange looking. She ran back and put it in front of Jiang Chen as if she was giving him a treasure. "I will remind you." "What is this?" Jiang Chen looked confused as he played with the nail-sized chip in his hand. "The fusion of technology." "Human words please." "To put it in simple terms, it is a communication chip. But it is unique. How should I say this? If you insert it in your EP, you can communicate through the time dimension." Fourth dimension messenger was the name Lin Lin gave to that chip. All in all, the thing was ridiculous. Because right now, Jiang Chen was standing in his mansion in the modern world while using his EP to video chat with Lin Lin. With a polished crystal as the core of the chip, it uses a unique method to activate the Klein particle and sends a wave to a different chip in another timeline. Then it uses a unique method to decipher the code. Because only a unique wave is sent out rather than a tangible material with mass, without the help of the interdimensional bracelet, it could not send messages between the two chips. "Point the camera outside the window, I want to look at trees." Lin Lin spoke to Jiang Chen in excitement. What there to look at for trees? Jiang Chen had no choice but to walk to the balcony as he demonstrated the vegetations planted in his backyard. "Whoa, I want to go to your side. If you can transform from digitalized human to mechanical human, I can certainly take you here." I'll pass on that." Lin Lin squinted her neck. Abandoning the human flesh and the DNA that defines the existence of humanity, would that still be called human? Could you go somewhere more open? Jiang Chen was going to reject because it was too troublesome, but seeing the longing face on Lin Lin, he let out a sigh and walked to the top floor. Because the mansion was a scenic house, the part of the river with the most vegetation could be seen on the top floor. Jiang Chen leaned against the railing as he pointed his EP at the Huangpu River. The wind at night was chilly. It was already December. Wanhai City in the modern world has officially entered winter season for over a month, but Jiang Chen with only a jacket didn't feel too cold. The El Nino was at its peak, so the winter in Wanhai City will be a warm one. Lights on the passing by boats floated on the river. Along the river bank was a city of lights as the endless amount of traffic decorated the city skyline, painting a scene of prosperity. Seeing the drunken expression on Lin Lin's face, Jiang Chen felt teary for some reason. For the people living in the apocalypse, this scene was providence. Woo! I have decided. A firm expression appeared on Lin Lin's face. Oh. I will research a method that will allow you to carry living thing across the time dimension. Jiang Chen smiled as he replied. Then work hard. If you can really do it, it would not be a problem if you want pudding from all over the world. If he could really travel with humans, he could then fulfill the promise to Sun Jiao. In the abandoned experimental school, he had promised Sun Jiao he would one day take her to the school he attended and take her to see how people lived before the war, how they interacted. Lin Lin on the EP screen slurped her own saliva without caring about her image. Her eyes had already turned to pudding as they flashed brightly. Who is she? Noticing Jiang Chen coming back, Aisha came to the roof. She gently walked beside him as she curiously looked at the gorgeous girl on the screen. So beautiful. Silver hair, pale skin, the look of a porcelain doll. She is digitalized human Lin Lin. Jiang Chen put his hand around Aisha's waist as he introduced. Whoa, you have another woman on the other side. Lin Lin jumped up as if she had discovered a new world as she looked at Jiang Chen without good intention. But Jiang Chen was not bothered at all because it was not a secret, only Lin Lin didn't know. Hello, can I know your name? Aisha gently smiled at her. She could guess that the girl on the screen was Jiang Chen's woman from the future world, but she didn't mind. If she could, she wanted to establish a good relationship with her and live harmoniously together. Woo! Aisha's gentle smile seemed to have stunned Lin Lin, as to the tantrum she had been preparing in her mouth was stuck in her throat. She was too embarrassed to say it out. It was the first time someone smiled at her this gently. Could it be that people were all this gentle before? My name is Lin Lin. My name is Aisha. Aisha put her finger out as lightly touched the screen. Nice to meet you. Me too. Lin Lin's face turned red as she scratched her head. Could I be good friends with you? Aha. Lin Lin nodded shyly as her finger played with the tip of her clothes. It was a rare expression for her. Seeing the two people becoming friends, Jiang Chen also smiled. It was a unique feeling, a friendship beyond time. Because of the technical limitations, the chip could not maintain communication for an extended period of time. After telling Lin Lin to let Sun Jiao know about the chip so that she could let him know if anything important happened at the base, Jiang Chen hung up the video call. Is she your woman? Aisha blinked her blue eyes and asked Jiang Chen. How is that possible? Jiang Chen answered without thinking. But I sense that she really likes you. Listening to Aisha's words, Jiang Chen paused as his expression turned peculiar. Perhaps it is because of Stockholm Syndrome. He seemed to be treating her better and better lately as he would always bully her for fun before. Aisha only smiled at Jiang Chen's response as she didn't continue the topic. The instinct of a woman is never wrong. Even across dimensions. I haven't been back for so long, do you miss me? Jiang Chen all of a sudden lowered his head to get closer to Aisha's ear as he said with a smirk. Aisha's beautiful face was burning. Let's eat dinner first, she timidly buried her head and said in a faint voice. Can we not eat it together? Eat it together? Aisha's face quickly turned into a red apple as her blue pupils began to look frantic. Without the need to think, it must be some weird game. After dinner, Aisha went to shower. After sticking the plates into the dishwasher, Jiang Chen went to the office and checked his email. Just like he expected, Robert sent the next step to him. The email was from 3 days ago. The Irish buddy's acting is excellent. I almost want to give him a raise, although I don't know if he has the opportunity to spend it. Ahem, now to the serious topic. We can enter the second phase of the plan. I already arranged everything on this side. When will you depart? Jiang Chen thought for a moment as he began typing on the keyboard. In December, after pressing the sent button, Jiang Chen leaned against the chair and closed his eyes for a moment. While thinking, he took out his phone and called Zheng Hongjie, the manager of the food processing plant under his name. "Hello. Boss, what can I do for you?" Hearing his voice, he must be quite well off recently. "Nothing, I just want to see if you acquired the license for export and import." "That is done. The new production line is also set, but because we haven't found a place to sell, it is not in production yet," Zheng Hongjie said in awkwardness. "The food processing industry hasn't been doing so well as of late. The pork price remained elevated as all the plants decreased their production to pass through the industry's harsh winter. But at this time, the boss somehow wanted to increase production. Although he didn't say anything, in Zheng Hongjie's view, it was a terrible decision. But his concern was extraneous because the stuff he produced was not meant for this world. Jiang Chen had already registered a shell company in the Panu Islands. In essence, the order from his left hand would arrive at his right hand. The shell company would massively produce the canned foods provided by the Xinlong food processing plant, store it in the warehouse, and wait for Jiang Chen to transport it to the apocalypse. The purchased amount was increasing. To be cautious, Jiang Chen decided to complete the food transport in the small country. It would be his backyard in no time. The new production line will start producing tomorrow. But for the consideration of being responsible for the plant, Zheng Hongjie still wanted to convince his boss, but Jiang Chen continued to speak. "No buts. You will receive an order worth 5 million tomorrow, keep up the good work. I have already made the deal." Jiang Chen laughed, hung up the phone, and sent a text to the representative at the offshore company. Zheng Hongjie dumbfoundedly puts down the phone, scratched his nose and laughed. Did something good happen? Kong Jia looked at the expression on her husband's face as she felt happy for him. "Huh," Zheng Hongjie flung away the phone and gave a deep kiss to his wife. "We have a place to sell now." Kong Jia rolled her eyes as she poked his chest with her finger. "Look how excited you are, it is not your plant. What do you know?" Zheng Hongjie glanced at his wife as he said displeasingly, "I have built the plant myself. Regardless if the shareholder is me or not, it is my own child." Looking at her excited husband, Kong Jia had a genuine smile on her face. Not long ago, the family was facing the crisis of being crushed by debt. He didn't have a trace of a smile left on his face as if the world had fallen. But luckily, the family has returned to the right track. For that person has changed their lives. Now that you are working for someone, you should be careful, don't make any mistakes. He is our family's savior. She urged the happy husband as she fixed his collar. "Of course, you know why I work," Zheng Hongjie said with his head raised. Jia tilted her head as she half-knowing half-not knowingly looked at her mom and dad. She still didn't really understand the conversation between adults. No mean people have been to her house anymore. Dad was happier, Mom smiled more, and they even took her to the amusement park yesterday. It seemed like after the big brother came, everything in the family became better. Unlike the tense situation in the apocalypse, the development in the modern world had been smooth and steady. For newly emerging technology companies like Future Technology, the government had been supportive as they have given the green light to Jiang Chen in most areas of development. Of course, the reason why the local government took such a stance was obviously due to the 100 million in tax amount Future Technology paid each month. Who wouldn't mind putting a money printer in their home? It was a political achievement. And Future Technology had only been formed how long ago? If it continues to grow, there will be a possibility that an internet giant, like Penguin, would form during their tenure. On the other hand, because of the continuous growth of Future 1.0's user base, the domestic users had broken the 200 million mark, and the multilanguage international users had broken the 400 million mark. The rise of Future 1.0 drew in the attention of business elites from all industries who had an acute sense for the smell of cash, and all kinds of proposals for partnership came forth like snowflakes. Because of this, Xia Xiyu had been busy all over the place since the president of the company would always disappear. Even people outside of the industry knew that in the internet age, traffic is king. This could be seen through ride-sharing, takeout, or other businesses using the 0201 model. Companies were willing to invest heavily in marketing just to draw in traffic. But there was no need for Future 1.0 to spend that much since it was at the forefront of the artificial intelligence and performance enhancement industries. There were no competitors right now that could compete with future technology, so there was only one choice. Because of their monopoly in performance enhancement, after operating for free for 2 months, Future Technology, shamelessly, changed the service to a paid subscription model. New users would receive 2 months of free trial, but on the 3rd month, if they wanted to continue enjoying the service, they must spend 10 renminbi to upgrade to VIP 1. To put it in simple terms, if you wanted to enjoy the speed of a 2000 smartphone with a 1000 smartphone, then you better pay the 10 renminbi subscription fee. Would people pay for performance enhancement? The answer was, certainly. Think of all the games and apps that are originally unable to run on your phone. Due to the performance enhancement service of the Future 1.0, your phone would no longer become a scorching brick when you play games, and neither would you have to worry about your battery life when you watch a movie. Would you be able to go back to that kind of phone experience? A fee of 10 renminbi per month was much cheaper than getting a new phone. Of course, when the subscription service was introduced, the forums were filled with negative opinions. The users that hadn't paid for VIP voiced out that it was fraud, they didn't know there would be a fee when they downloaded. Some people even stated that if it changed to a paid service, they will delete Little White. But that was only a small amount of people trying to shift the public's opinion. Although there were a lot of users expressing their dissatisfaction, those came from a few IPs only. Even if they used their butts to think, too, it was obvious that they must be an internet army hired to shift the public's opinion. A lot of paid users who upgraded to VIP 1 stood on Future Technology's side. Is 10 renminbi a lot? It's not even the price of a meal. Service is not an obligation, why complain so much? Delete it if you want to, don't drag down the average user's intelligence. The users who haven't paid held an indifferent opinion. As long as the service was worth the price, they didn't mind spending the money. If they could afford a phone, why would they care about 10 renminbi? Would the people who were causing a fuss really delete Future 1.0? The VIP 1 domestic users who upgraded that month surpassed the 200 million mark, and the insanely high percentage of paid users destroyed the QQ membership service. The market had given its answer. As for the international market, it went relatively smooth. Since they were already used to paying for apps, and because no cracked version existed, most of the users accepted the fee of $2 a month. Just one membership service in the app brought billions of revenue to Future Technology. The insane ability to rake in money stunned Wall Street, leaving the venture capitalists who were unable to get a cut of this piece of pie in despair, all this despite Jiang Chen never mentioning that he would take in venture capitalists. It was an honor. Jiang Chen became the first man to be in the headlines for Wall Street Journal twice in just half a year, a man from Hua, nonetheless. On the other hand, although the performance of the new era paled in comparison to the stunning performance of Future 1.0, it was still able to achieve jaw-dropping results. First of all, the new era player base had reached over 50 million, and the concurrent users almost broke the 10 million mark. The auction house, cosmetics, warehouse expansion, and a series of other revenue generation methods quickly turned intellectual property into cash. The super game design translated into user retention. Now on any subway, or in any university classroom, the fine animation of the new era could be seen. The game editor provided by Yao Yao was immensely powerful. Almost anything that could be imagined could be implemented into the game. The new era project team had increased to a group of 40 people, with 20 responsible for creating new content and the rest focused on character design, costumes, plot, and missions. Whether it was about game content or playability, it was all flooded with positive praises and, after a period of marketing, the international version also came online. Based on Xia Shiyu's report, the international users had exceeded the 80 million mark, and it was steadily increasing. Although the $200 million profit was a bit lackluster when compared to Future 1.0, it still exceeded that of its competitors by far. It was, after all, $200 million in profit, not revenue. Even though a lot of mobile games could break the $100 million mark in revenue, because of the expenses for research and development, in addition to the bad debts and many other factors, it was considered profitable if 30% of the revenue turned into actual profit. A mobile game with $200 million profit was a miracle. Due to the popularity of the game, a lot of famous clans entered the new era, and smaller game clans also sprouted like bamboo shoots after the rain. The popularity of the game also led to the growth and development of other related industries. For example, live streaming professional matches. A lot of third-party platforms had come to Future Technology in the hopes of forming a partnership with them on the game in New Era. In regard to this, Future Technology opened its doors and welcomed all potential partners. Sohu wants to form a partnership based on Future 1.0 and New Era, with a joint venture for a new kind of streaming platform for a new era. What do you think about this proposal? Jiang Chen said sluggishly as he lied on the sofa. Hard to recover the investment in the short term, but it would expand a new era's influence and increase user retention. Thank you so much. As if she had already expected Jiang Chen to say that, Xia Shiyu, who was sitting in the office, facepalmed. Okay, also, Dalmare Corporation's representative had arrived in Wanghai as they wished to discuss a partnership. Because of the identity of their representative, based on etiquette, you would have to personally meet him. Dalmare Corporation. Jiang Chen paused as he never heard this name before. Xia Shiyu on the other side of the phone also paused. The Maybach S600 you are driving is from Dalmare Corporation. Now that's embarrassing. Jiang Chen scratched his face to cover his embarrassment. He really didn't know much about cars. Ahem, who is coming? He decided to change the topic. Carmen Rothschild. 1020, online to offline. Any e-commerce service that provides services online to aid the user with a better offline shopping experience. The services could be in the form of discounts, information, coupons, etc. For example, the website Groupon is an 020 site. It provides discounts online for offline things, such as, up to 52% off nail services. 2. Even if you use your butt to think, is an expression stating how obvious something is. Carmen Rothschild had a high nose, deep eye sockets, and light green pupils. Not only did he look thin, but he was also sharp. From the gracefulness of his gesture, it certainly matched his background. Do I look mysterious? Jiang Chen joked. Of course, you possess an endless amount of possibilities, and in our eyes, it could be considered mysterious. Carmen had a deceptive smile on his face. Hearing that, Jiang Chen paused slightly to think before he smiled and invited Carmen to sit down. In regard to the Rothschild family, Jiang Chen had heard quite a bit about them. However, this information usually came from unclear sources, with truths mixed with speculations. It was hard to discern what was the truth and what was a lie. Based on the information disclosed, the Rothschild banking group had a revenue of less than $10 billion per year with the profit of less than $3 billion. Its asset was estimated to be below $30 billion, which is a few digits off of the UA and major European banks. Could it be that the family was truly on the decline, like how it appeared to be on the surface, or could it be that the speculations were true, that the Rothschild family intentionally left the eyes of the public? No one would truly know. For example, even Jiang Chen didn't know that Dalmare Corporation was a part of the Rothschilds' asset. Of course, Jiang Chen had no interest in researching the history of the family, and he just did a brief search on Carmen here for business before inviting him over for a conference. The two sat across from each other on the conference table, and there were 2 cups of tea on the table alongside 2 identical documents. Our corporation is extremely interested in your company's achievement in the artificial intelligence field. I trust that Mr. Jiang has already read over this proposal. Do you have any good suggestions? Without any small talk, right after they sat down, Carmen jumped straight to the topic. Artificial intelligence will experience a period of growth for the next 50 years, this trend was evident from the wasteland. Although its starting point from the Cold War did diverge from what originally occurred in the wasteland, the developmental trajectory of civilization wouldn't. To cut a piece of this pie for themselves, Dalmare Corporation followed the trend and found the leading company in the artificial intelligence field to discuss the possibility of using artificial intelligence in the automotive industry. Of course. But before we start, can I ask a question? Jiang Chen asked with a smile. Please. Carmen smiled back. Why would your company decide to choose us? You know, our leading edge is in the phone software industry. For the automotive industry, without exaggeration, I can say we know nothing, Jiang Chen spoke candidly. Even with Jiang Chen's confession, Carmen didn't give up as he shook his head and continued, it doesn't matter. The radar sensing equipment, as well as the primary control computer, had already been designed by us to allow for artificially intelligent driving, or self-driving, and we now only need the software part. We originally had a partner, but during our partnership, the software development experienced some issues, causing the software and hardware to not be perfectly compatible with one another. The computer may freeze while the car is driving. You know very well what the consequences would be if that were to happen on a highway, therefore, we terminated the contract. Then, Carmen looked at Jiang Chen intensely as he said, our offer is high. The requirements are just as high. Can I ask what is the offer then? Jiang Chen took a sip of the tea. $1 billion, Carmen pointed out one finger as he slowly said. Hearing Carmen's offer, Jiang Chen was secretly shocked. Whoa, no wonder they are a family that had existed for centuries. $1 billion as the opening for the negotiations, selling software is much more profitable than selling gold. While he was thinking, he chose to selectively forget the fact that he was already the president of a $10 billion company, and the $1 billion would only be equivalent to Future Technologies' 1 month of profit. But who wouldn't mind more money? However, Jiang Chen's silence was, in Carmen's eyes, interpreted as being unsatisfied with the offer, so he smiled and asserted, of course, there is room for negotiation. If Mr. Jiang is not too happy with the offer, you can tell me. If they could pioneer into the field of artificial intelligence in cars, before their competitors, Volkswagen and BMW, it would indeed offer them the initiative. And for only $1 billion. In 2014 Dahmer's pre-tax income alone was €10.8 billion, so they certainly had the liquid asset. Jiang Chen thought for a moment before he slowly opened his mouth. $1 billion is okay, but I have a condition. Carmen's eyebrows raised slightly, but a smile quickly returned to his face. Oh. Please go ahead. I want to add in Future 1.0's logo on the startup screen. Add in Future 1.0's logo? Is that all? I do have to remind you that we don't have plans to add the social media platform to the vehicle, Carmen spoke in a humorous tone. That's fine, it's only adding a logo and displaying it for 1 second. Jiang Chen didn't mind the joke. Carmen had to think for a moment before he nodded his head, then he extended his hand. So I think we reached an agreement, right? Of course. Jiang Chen shook his hand. Pleasure to work with you. Because it was a minor change, Carmen also brought in a professional lawyer with him and the contract was fixed on the spot. After the signing, Carmen waved his hand at the secretary behind him as he took a briefcase from her. After signing the confidentiality agreement, our party will provide the requirements of the software and the chip sample to your party. Your party only needs to create a software that is compatible with the chip. Although the timeline is fairly rigid, I trust your party's ability to bring out astounding results before May. The software must be completed by that time to ensure that it would hit the market with the new vehicles, otherwise, the approval process would be delayed and the release of the new vehicle would, unfortunately, be disastrous. However, May. That was severely underestimating Yao Yao's ability. Of course, another question, is there any reward for completing it before the deadline? Jiang Chen inquired half-jokingly. Surprised, Carmen didn't even think Jiang Chen could complete it before the deadline. The process for developing a professional software wasn't short, it would be a feat to complete it within 5 months. If Mr. Jiang can complete it earlier, I can give you a small gift, Carmen laughed. Could you give me a spoiler of the gift? Jiang Chen said casually. I heard Mr. Jiang's vehicle is our company's Maybach S600. Is Mr. Jiang satisfied with our brand? Carmen smiled mysteriously. Of course, whether it's comfort or reliability, it is satisfying. If Mr. Jiang can complete the software before May, I can gift you a limited edition sports car, the Maybach EX, which is still being designed, with sales limited to just 5 units globally. One original translation says something similar to get a grasp on the pulse of the era. The Maybach EX. With a limited quantity of 5 units globally, the expected price is 4.2 million euros or 28.66 million renminbi. Although this amount was nothing compared to the two's assets, as a gift, it was undoubtedly a friendly gesture. Especially with it being a limited edition, it might be difficult to buy one even with money. After sending Carmen out of the company, Jiang Chen looked at his phone. It was only 3 in the afternoon, too early to go back. So, he decided to sit for a bit longer in the office. Since they acquired Lingyu Technology, the Lingyu building went under construction. Under the acquiescence of the second largest shareholder, 361 Corporation, was transferred to Future Technology and officially renamed the Future Technology Building. Now that he had his own office building, it certainly felt different. Leaning against the chair, Jiang Chen sat in the president's office on the top floor as he sluggishly looked down at the street view outside. It was a magical feeling. Just half a year ago, he was only an ordinary person at the lowest level of society and working for a tiny salary. But now, he has obtained the right to be overlooking everything. On the other hand, just looking at the scene below, he could not fathom that the future on another timeline would become barren land. Different from the image of a traditional president that always has a heated face, ready to execute the affairs of the company, he was young and energetic. His office was clean, referring to the lack of documents visible. His eyes lazily stared outside of the window, at the never-ending traffic and the busy-looking crowd. Who knows what is there to look at? Other than being crowded, he couldn't think of a better word to describe everything on the streets below. Above was Xia Shiyu's perspective. She was standing in Jiang Chen's office. Jiang Chen was quietly looking out the window, and she somehow began to stare at the side of his face. She observed him for a while and forget about the time. They had been working together for a fair amount of time now, but she always felt that she didn't know him well enough. But he seemed to know everything about her. Ahem, is there something you need? It was Jiang Chen that first broke the peacefulness. With Jiang Chen's observation, the moment she came in he noticed her. What he didn't expect was for her to not say anything, but rather blankly stare at him. Speaking of this, he didn't have a proper conversation with her after the last gathering. Ah, yes. Ahem, realizing the franticness in her voice, Xia Shiyu coughed gently to adjust her mood as she changed into her professional self and spoke again, it's about the agreement with Dalmare Corporation. Aha. Jiang Chen turned around as he slid the chair back to the office table and sat up straight. Go ahead. Putting Future 1.0 on vehicles, President, do you plan on entering the automotive industry? Xia Xiyu pushed up her glasses out of habit. Not yet, but I don't eliminate this future possibility. Jiang Chen shook his head. Also, Dalmare Corporation wants a customized software, not the implementation of Future 1.0. The software would still be sent to the overseas market to be developed. I will take care of it. Based on Jiang Chen's plan, Future Technology would obviously not give up on the attractive automotive industry. As a key selling point, artificial intelligence would definitely be a part of it. But then, why would he accept Dalmare Corporation's request to design the autonomous driving system software? It was not giving them a cake to bite but was due to another level of consideration. It is well known that for vehicles, quality is one aspect, but more importantly, brand is extremely crucial, which requires years to build up. With a simple example, East Wind's vehicle quality is pretty high, but could they sell it at Mercedes or BMW's price? To a certain extent, the car driven by the owner reflected the status of the person. Cars were no longer only a method of transportation, but also a reflection of status. Or in derogatory terms, to see who has the bigger D***CK. With a Lambo, it would be much easier to pick up girls than a Volkswagen. The reason why he proposed including Future 1.0's logo on the car's startup screen was not for advertisement purposes. For Dahmer's new car is positioned as a high-end luxury vehicle, therefore sales would be low. Which indicates this form of advertisement would be ineffective. Jiang Chen saw the brand. If Future 1.0's brand can be hooked to a high-end market, with the luxury vehicle introduced by Dalmare Corporation, it would allow them to prep the market before they independently enter the autonomous vehicle market. Imagine this, as long as you start the luxury vehicle with the system included, you would see Future 1.0's flashy and futuristic-looking logo. Naturally, the Future logo would be known in the luxury market as well as the automotive industry. As to the automotive manufacturer who had taken the initial opportunity, if Jiang Chen introduced a new energy vehicle with better performance, it would be a question of if those manufacturers would continue to exist or not. Similar to the fact that you don't see steam vehicles anymore. Dalmare Corporation would eventually become the stepping stone of future automotive. Of course, these are stories for a later time. The next strategic focus for Future Technology was not cars, but phones. Xia Xiyu nodded after the explanation. Then you'll have to be responsible for taking care of this. On the other hand, Linhua Corporation has sent you an invitation to join the Wanghai Economics Forum on the 3rd. Xia Xiyu took out a gilded golden invite from her brief and placed it on the table. Linhua Corporation, a renowned real estate giant in Wanghai City. Other than real estate development, they were also a part of entertainment and retail, which put them as one of the leading companies in Wanghai City. Wanghai Economics Forum. Jiang Chen picked up the invite as he raised his eyebrows in confusion. He has never heard of the name before. It is rumored that the participants are the elites of each industry. Assets over 100 million is only one of the requirements. Ability to participate is also based on influence in the industry. Xia Xiyu nodded. Rich people's gathering. Jiang Chen's expression was dubious. Is there any benefits to going to this gathering? Hearing Jiang Chen asking the question so directly, Xia Xiyu felt exasperated. Of course there are benefits. Since it is the gathering of the upper class in Wanghai City, you'll be able to meet and befriend some of the people at the same level with similar interest as you. These connections alone would be a form of asset. Jiang Chen scratched his chin and considered. I'll go then. Speaking of this, does this type of gathering require a female companion? Xia Xiyu paused for a second before she replied. Of course, it is permitted to bring a female companion to the gathering. Perfect, then come with me, Jiang Chen said without thinking. But what he didn't anticipate was, the moment the words came out of his mouth, Xia Xiyu's cold face suddenly turned burning red. No, only really important people can attend, Xia Shiyu's expression was obviously shaken as her tone changed into a rare franticness. Then that's even better. Jiang Chen smiled. Hearing that, Xia Shiyu buried her head as her silky, black bangs slightly hid her eyes. I am someone important to you. Of course, Jiang Chen answered without hesitation. As the CEO, Xia Shiyu played a pivotal role in future technology's current accomplishments. From the operating of the company to handling crises, Jiang Chen had no experience at all as he left everything to Xia Shiyu. The technology from the future is indeed powerful, but without the operations of a professional, it would only be a powerful technology. To Jiang Chen, Xia Shiyu was as crucial as his hands. But for the word important, the two apparently had two different kinds of interpretation. When he heard Jiang Chen's, of course, Xia Shiyu's face turned redder. But we haven't even dated, we don't know if we are right for each other, it would be too rushed if we go straight to the last step. With arms across her chest, Xia Shiyu looked away. Her finger anxiously played with her own hair, even her pale neck was covered by the red hue. Wait, I do not understand, Jiang Chen immediately interrupted Xia Shiyu with a bitter smile. Xia Shiyu looked at him and put her arms down. The requirement for the female companion, could you explain it to me? Of course, the two had a discrepancy in understanding. It was okay to bring a female companion, but it must be a wife or at least a fiancée. Even a girlfriend wasn't enough. Although there was no written rule, it became the norm. If a girlfriend or even a mistress could be brought to the gathering, then things could become chaotic. Most of the people participating in the gathering have more than one mistress, with some changing models or actresses every few days. If anyone can be brought into the circle, it would devalue the forum. In the end, it was a gathering meant for the elites, to find partners beneficial to their career, it was not a fun kind of party. Therefore, it was inappropriate to invite Xia Shiyu. Sorry, I haven't thought about that level, Jiang Chen apologized, feeling embarrassed. It's okay. Xia Shiyu let out a breath of relief. Perhaps it was his illusion, but he sensed that she was slightly disappointed. Now that everything is done, I'm going to go back to my office. Xia Shiyu slightly bowed and turned around to leave. Looking at her leave, Jiang Chen opened his mouth but he didn't end up saying anything. When Xia Shiyu came of the office, she headed straight for her own. But when she walked through the hallway, the red hue on her face was seen by her colleagues. CEO Xia just walked out of the president's office. Seeing Su Mingqi's pouting expression, her good friendly Feng Ying poked her arm and joked. After passing through the probation period, she was moved into the sales department with her good friend. The two were walking to their desk with documents in hand. I see, Su Mingqi replied without any energy. Her face is also very red. Woo! Why are you so boring, aren't you curious about what they did? Li Fengying with a dubious expression whispered into Su Mingqi's ear. I am going to tell CEO Xia and have your salary deducted. Su Mingqi stuck out her finger and fiercely poke her good friend's neck as she whispered. The two fooled around for a moment more as they walked towards their desk. But Su Mingqi's smile was bitter. If the competition was CEO Xia, she had no odds of winning at all. Did you get the information? Yes. Inside the presidential suite in Sheraton Hotel, Carmen Rothschild sat on a chair, a black man was standing in front of him. From the muscular appearance, he looked like a soldier, at least one from not too long ago. Johnson served in the foreign military before. After he has been discharged, he had acquired French nationality and worked in a security company. Now, he worked for the Rothschild family. He was the bodyguard for Carmen's Han trip, and also his assistants. Jiang Chen, born in 1992, from Hucheng. Studied at Wanghai University with a major in mechanical engineering. He became a salesperson in a clothing store after graduation. Damn, a resume made out of a mold, looking at the stack of paper, Carmen cursed. 10 pages. It was all the information they could collect on Jiang Chen. Since everyone in this country is cut out of the same mold, Johnson cracked a smile as he mocked. No, you didn't understand my meaning. Carmen flipped through the document once more before putting it aside. Because it is too ordinary, the validity of the information is suspicious. For example, if you throw a graduate from MIT, what would be his first reaction? Pee his pants. Exactly. Carmen snapped his finger and pointed at the document. And this person, not only did he not pee his pants, he saved an American from the IS. This American is also an interesting individual. He smuggled firearms in Vite before, transported crude oil in Iran, and was finally under surveillance by the FBI. That's why he is a lot more obedient. But he has been moving around again, he seems to be working for Jiang Chen. Johnson's contempt soon faded as he put on a serious expression. True. From this point, this Han called Jiang Chen is not a simple character. In your opinion, how much training would it take to get to his level? Carmen smiled. Mentality or shooting? Of course mentality. Thinking for a moment, Johnson gave a fair answer based on his own experience. It would take 3 months in training, 3 days on the battlefield. Carmen nodded, he took over a bottle of wine and elegantly poured himself a cup. I think there may be inaccuracies in our information. At least this resume is likely fake. The only thing I am curious about now is what does the organization behind him do? They played us in Ukraine, but only ended up taking a few old soldiers away to become trainers, and then built a military base in Nigeria. Interesting. Then what's your intention, boss? Johnson asked. Maintain status quo and keep in contact. Also, I am interested in where the USB would be sent to. Carmen with elegance took a sip of the wine as he looked like he was fully in control of the situation. If everything goes as planned, that briefcase would be sent overseas, with the mysterious technology team taking over. He left a GPS tracker on the USB which would send the location to his computer. As long as they know the location of the mysterious organization, they would no longer be mysterious. When he heard his boss's words, Johnson took a moment to digest the information before he also started to chuckle. Carmen proposed a toast to Johnson. Then with a cheerful expression, he pressed a few buttons on the laptop. The map appeared in front of him. Bang! The delicate wine glass smashed into pieces after falling on the ground. Without caring about the wine stain splashed onto his pants, Carmen immediately stood up. With both hands pressed against the table, he stared at the screen. On his face, his confident expression had vanished. How is this possible? What happened? Johnson walked up hastily, but when he saw the screen, his expression also froze. Signal lost, we got caught. Looks like we still underestimated him. With a bitter smile, Carmen sat back on the chair in defeat as he rubbed his temple. Chapter 220 It's all Weibo's fault. Caught. Did Jiang Chen really catch him? The answer was an obvious no. Jiang Chen was too lazy to carry it as he threw the briefcase into the storage dimension. As for GPS signals that could pass through the dimension, that's only a feat that Lin could achieve. Now that his storage dimension had expanded to 20 cubic meters, there was no need to consider the lack of space inside. 5 cubic meters was used to store weapons, such as the PK-2000 assault rifle and the kinetic skeleton. Xia Xiyu had already left. Looking at the empty office, Jiang Chen had nothing else to do. Work? If he randomly pokes his nose into the company's business, he may not even be helpful with anything, rather, he would be causing more trouble. Since he had already delegated his responsibilities, he must continue the tradition. If he didn't work, then he was playing games. As the president, merely sitting in the office is an effective method for increasing the morale of the employees. Aha, that's the case. As Jiang Chen thought, he sunk into the chair and took out his phone. Speaking of which, as the developer himself, he hadn't even played his own game. But thinking that it was too troublesome to register for a new account, he recollected that Future Technology had a partnership with Sohu in streaming. Jiang Chen smiled, searched, and opened Sohu TV. The new platform was still under development stage, but the Sohu TV now opened a column specific for a new era. Although it was a mobile game, because of the open world, great freedom, superb graphics, and rich contents, a lot of people play it as a computer-based masterpiece. Seeing its popularity being ranked as number 1, Jiang Chen was secretly shocked breathless as he randomly opened a channel. The screen was big, but the streamer's face covered 1/4 of the screen. Looking at the exposed whiteness while hearing the flirtatious voice, Jiang Chen put on his headphones. The female streamer was playing a thief. She was in the middle of a mission, but her control certain sucked. To kill a turtle-like boss, she died 5 times. But that was not the crucial point. Every time she died, she would moan in a seductive voice. Is this streamer playing a game or moaning in bed? Jiang Chen ridiculed while facepalming as he continued the market research until the end. Like this, Jiang Chen sent Friday in. Jiang Chen chatted with the employees about to go off as he walked to the elevator empty-handed. Just as the elevator door was about to close, Jiang Chen, afraid of trouble, sped up and dashed into the elevator. Coincidentally, Xia Xiyu was also in the elevator. Seeing that Xia Xiyu was looking at him strangely, Jiang Chen realized that his action lacked confidence. He smiled shamelessly and said hi to her first. How's work today? It's okay, I have been used to being busy. I am taking the rest of the documents home. Xia Xiyu pushed up her glasses. Don't work too hard, your health is the most important. Jiang Chen spoke with care. Xia Xiyu nodded, but from her expression, she didn't seem to plan to listen to Jiang Chen. You are working so hard, which is making me, as the president, guilty. Then why don't you help me out a bit? Seeing Jiang Chen being emotional, she couldn't help but mock him. Ahem, I'll let the professionals take care of it. If I am doing it, I will only cause a mess. But I can treat you to dinner, Jiang Chen joked. It was only a joke. Based on Jiang Chen's previous impression of Xia Xiyu, this girl would probably coldly reject it. But to his surprise, Xia Xiyu took a moment to think about it, then nodded her head. Okay, when? Jiang Chen thought he heard wrong. Didn't you say you are going to treat me? Xia Xiyu raised her eyebrows while tilting her head. I thought you would reject. Do you want me to reject? Xia Xiyu asked, downcast, as she looked at the elevator door. Jiang Chen was stunned. The voice sounded like murmuring. In her eyes, Jiang Chen saw a hint of confusion, and there was also an indescribable feeling. He suddenly remembered that night. She was drunk that night when he carried her home. Under the influence of alcohol, they were very close. Who do you like? The confession-like words swirled around his ear. If it were not for the phone ringing suddenly, Jiang Chen knew that, with his personality and with Xia Xiyu being forward, he would not be able to control himself that night. A crazy but intimate idea overtook his head. If something did happen between the two that night, how would it feel like now? Of course not. Jiang Chen smiled, and with a gentle voice, he asked, how about tonight? Okay. Xia Xiyu nodded. When the elevator reached the button, the two walked out of the elevator and into the parking lot. Where is your car? Jiang Chen asked as he took out the key. I didn't buy a car yet. I drove company's car last time at the gathering, I usually take the train to work. Xia Xiyu's response surprised Jiang Chen. You are an executive at a billion-dollar company. The bank would not offer a loan to you. Jiang Chen was puzzled as he opened the door courteously for her like a gentleman. I hate loans. Xia Xiyu's mood was down. Jiang Chen paused for a moment as he then recalled that she originally experienced hardship due to a loan. Sorry, I made you remember unpleasant memories. It's okay. That time, thank you. Xia Xiyu got in the car and lowered her head. Don't worry, everyone has their ups and downs. Jiang Chen sat in the car, strapped on the seatbelt, and started the car. I am talking about that time when I was drunk. Her face turned red as she said embarrassingly, if I said something weird, I hope you didn't mind. Because they both remembered the intimacy that happened in the living room, the two fell into silence together. The ride was smooth. Once the car hit the highway, Xia Xiyu didn't say anything. Jiang Chen didn't know what to talk about either, and the atmosphere in the car was awkward. Suddenly, Xia Xiyu broke the silence. I have read Weibo recently. Uh-huh. Do you have a girlfriend? It was an abrupt question. No, why do you ask? I saw that you are only following one person. Her name is Lu Yao. Xia Xiyu asked, looking down. The word sounded like jealousy to Jiang Chen. Speaking of this, Lu Yao seemed to have mentioned it before. Because she was the only person he followed, people spread rumors about them, and that girl became popular for a while because of this. Because of Aisha's interruption last time, Jiang Chen forgot all about it. Lu Yao, without receiving permission from Jiang Chen, would not proactively clarify the situation, but instead, used a tactic common among celebrities, answer ambiguously. The girlfriend of the nation's husband. Lu Yao wouldn't have thought that her fans would increase exponentially because she registered a Weibo account for Jiang Chen. I happened to see her movie, so I just clicked follow. For some reason, Jiang Chen subconscious lied. His Weibo account was registered by Lu Yao. Xia Xiyu opened her mouth as she seemed to have wanted to say something, but nothing came out. He isn't anyone to me. Why do I care so much? Xia Xiyu thought out of spite as she looked out of the car window. Although she had a boyfriend who hasn't even held her hands, when it comes to relationships, she was still as naive as a child. Realizing that the person she liked had an ambiguous relationship with a female, she didn't try to pull him back to her, but rather, she became cold to express her jealousy and pushed him away. Even more so now, since the two of them were not officially together. At this time, Jiang Chen's phone rang. Is it Aisha? I'll have to tell her I am not coming home for dinner. He didn't mind. With one hand on the wheel, Jiang Chen connected to the Bluetooth and, with his eyes focused on the road, he accepted the call. Hello. Do you have time right now? A pure voice with a hint of seduction echoed by his ear. It was obviously not Aisha. Jiang Chen paused for a moment, he then looked at the phone screen in his right hand. Lu Yao also looking at the phone screen was Xia Xiyu, sitting on the passenger side. Haven't seen you in a long time, don't you miss me? Jiang Chen could very well imagine her watery eyes looking at him filled with fervor. Very much. Jiang Chen took a peek at Xia Xiyu. Xia Xiyu had already taken off her eyes from his phone, but her action looked unnatural no matter how you looked at it. So cold. Lu Yao instantly sensed that Jiang Chen was distracted and stuck her tongue out. I'm driving. How have you been? While holding on to the wheel, Jiang Chen changed the topic. I've been filming and have been busy since this morning, so I ate lunch and dinner at the same time. I'm exhausted. Although she was complaining, Jiang Chen could hear genuine happiness from her voice. She really loved acting. If she just liked money, with the allowance Jiang Chen was giving her, she could just do absolutely nothing and enjoy life. He could faintly hear the other casts in the background, so she must have called despite her extremely busy schedule. Have you not eaten yet? I am not eating. Woo, the food here tastes so bad, so I want you to treat me to a meal, Lu Yao said shyly. We can talk about it once you're no longer busy. Okay. Also, when are we going to go on a vacation? I'm looking forward to it, Lu Yao responded enthusiastically. We'll go this month, but would you be able to leave at this time? Hearing the delighted voice, Jiang Chen couldn't stop smiling. Don't you remember that you're one of the investors? The director would have to listen to you. Postponing my shooting and filming it later would simply be up to you, she said in an adorable voice. Jiang Chen pondered on it and realized that it was indeed the case. The producer did not necessarily choose Lu Yao because of her ability, and it might as well be said that it was due to Jiang Chen's ability. But Jiang Chen didn't mind. Having too much money, he immediately invested 100 million renminbi to become the biggest investor in Ma Dongmei's Trouble film. Other than those blockbuster film directors, the investor was the bane of existence for any film directors. If they accidentally got off on the wrong foot, the investors could just withdraw their investment, and the directors would end up crying over their script. Where would you find an investor who would be willing to invest 100 million without putting up any demand? As such, Lu Yao had landed the role of a supporting actress. At the same time, all mobile boot interface was replaced by Future 1.0's opening animation. That's true. Once realization dawned on him, Jiang Chen chuckled. What are you doing now? Taking someone to dinner. Someone beautiful? Lu Yao pouted. Yes, Jiang Chen answered honestly. As pretty as me? Lu Yao elegantly ate her meal, her eyes becoming cunning. Both of you are unique, Jiang Chen's answer was ambiguous. Wu, I don't feel satisfied with that answer. What kind of girl is she? She's beside me, how am I supposed to answer that? Jiang Chen took a peek at Xia Shiyu while he responded cleverly and creatively. Similar, to the section head in your last movie. Oh. Her, the ice beauty that's warm on the inside. I can do it too. Lu Yao paused and put her phone closer to her mouth, covered it with her hand, and lowered her voice becoming cold and strict. Jiang Chen, why didn't you finish your math homework? What? You didn't write it? That's not okay, come to my office, I will watch you finish it. Your unfinished homework. Give it all to your teacher. Jiang Chen could very well fantasize how the vibrant crimson lips enunciated the last syllables. Fu *k, this little devil. Jiang Chen had almost stepped on the gas by accident. Fu *k. Coming. Ah, break time is over, I'm going to hang up. Moi. As soon as she hung up the phone, Jiang Chen let out a breath and removed the Bluetooth headset. Were you really just concerned about Lu Yao? Xia Shiyu asked dubiously. Well, I just happened to get her phone number. Why do I have to lie? Jiang Chen berated himself in his mind. Xia Shiyu didn't seem to want to continue with this topic any longer as she didn't ask more question. Instead, she turned her head away, averting her gaze. Jiang Chen felt relieved and held on to the steering while focusing on the road ahead of him. The atmosphere felt odd. Is she being jealous? A weird expression flitted across his face. Because Jiang Chen didn't know where the good food was, he took Xia Shiyu to Shimao. Welcome. Table for two. Jiang Chen and Xia Shiyu walked into a Western restaurant called Shiyu Garden as the server greeted them with a smile. Please pick a quiet spot for us, Jiang Chen said. Okay, sir. This way, the server said courteously. Because it was a business day, the place only had a few customers. Normally, they would have to wait for a long time. The ambience of the restaurant was pleasant, and it was also quiet. Most of the people dining there were couples. Seeing this scene, Xia Shiyu turned red and her legs went numb. Since we're eating here, wouldn't it look like we're a couple? With that thought, Xia Shiyu discreetly took a peek at Jiang Chen but failed to see the nervousness she expected on his face. Maybe he didn't even feel like it's a date. Xia Shiyu felt slightly frustrated despite not knowing why. Unaware of what Xia Shiyu was thinking, Jiang Chen was really oblivious to the mood. He just felt the ambience was nice and quiet. Men were destined to be a simple creature in a sense that they wouldn't think as much as women. After the server ushered them to their seats, Jiang Chen picked up the menu and passed it to Xia Xiu like a gentleman. What do you want to eat? Because she was distracted by something else, looking at the dazzling variety of selections, Xia Xiu couldn't think of something to eat. Seeing the expression on the customer's face, the server smiled as she started to recite their menu. Is it your first time in our restaurant? Aha, our cheese risotto is delicious, and our steak has also been praised by many. Of course, I personally recommend this set of couple meal, very fitting for a couple of two. We also offer a special dessert, heart-to-heart. Xia Xiu's face immediately reddened. Especially when she saw the heart-to-heart ice cream on the menu, the two straws formed a heart shape and intertwined together. Her brain short-circuited in an instant. See couple. And no, you are mistaken. Ahem, we are only friends, not a couple. Seeing the frantic Xia Xiu, Jiang Chen also explained to the waitress. Although both people denied it, the waitress acutely sensed that the female's expression was more of an embarrassed one, and the male didn't look awkward at all. Therefore, their relationship must be between friends and couple. With a smile, the server bowed to apologize for pushing the two together unintentionally. I apologize. I just thought you two really look like a couple. If I misunderstood, I hope you don't mind. A couple look. Xia Xiu was utterly in panic. Jiang Chen almost touched his nose with a red face. But then, a harsh voice interrupted the moment. Waitress, is it not ready yet? Could you hurry up? Upon hearing the voice, Xia Xiu's expression froze immediately. Jiang Chen could clearly sense that the usual expressionless face turned even colder. Please wait, sir, this table don't you see that we need to order? Why would a poor bastard even come into a Western restaurant? He's slow even when ordering, the person cursed. I apologize, sir, I'll be right there. The waitress gave Jiang Chen an apologetic look as she stuck out her tongue and ran to the other table. Is your zodiac a turtle? Honey, what do you want to eat? The man sitting close by arrogantly criticized the waitress while his expression changed into an affectionate one as he eagerly attended to the woman sitting across from him. Jiang Chen looked at the back of this man in shock, and his expression was rather odd. Poor bastard. Me. Then, Jiang Chen looked at Xia Xiu. Her expression was rather unnatural, her eyes glued to the lemon water on the table. She seemed scary. Was he someone she knew? Jiang Chen, who originally wanted to go and make some friends, quickly got the idea out of his head as he looked on contemptuously at the man. The man's face looked ashen white, his hair styled with gel looking somewhat trendy, and the nicely fitted white suit was, indeed, worth something. All in all, other than being a bit feminine, he certainly looked attractive. However, it was the arrogant gestures that made it impossible to tolerate him. As for that woman, her face was delicate, her hair black and curly, and her body donning a red cotton dress with a pair of brown boots sluggishly crossing over each other. From just her appearance alone, it was hard to judge what her net worth was. However, with the vibe she gave off, Jiang Chen could sense that she was born into wealth. Looking at her narrowed gorgeous eyes, one can tell that she seemed to be enjoying this flattering feeling. Salad is okay? An indolent voice asked. Okay, do you want some desserts? For example, this heart-to-heart no, it's disgusting. Her red lips were curled up. The man's expression stiffened, but then a heartwarming smile appeared on his face. Okay, I'll have the fried rice as well as a bottle of wine. Okay, sir. The waitress endured the arrogant attitude while writing the order before taking the menu away. It was not the first time she had encountered customers with a bad temper. Arguing would only hurt her salary. So slow, the man added a sentence, then watched the woman tenderly. Xinyan, you are so beautiful, the man said in a corny voice. The woman's expression became delighted as her eyes narrowed pleasingly. My shoes are dirty. The man thought he heard wrong. Shoes. The woman lifted her boots up. A glimpse of awkwardness flashed across the man's face, but then he gritted his teeth. With one knee on the ground, he lifted her boot up with one hand while the other used a napkin to carefully clean the dust off the top of the boot. Everyone around them turned their attention towards the duo. The female customers' eyes lit up as they discussed with their boyfriend while the male customers all appeared contemptuous. But the man didn't mind these gazes as he, caringly, wiped her shoes. "This is crazy." Jiang Chen shook his head. Seeing his dog-like posture, Jiang Chen finally understood. The man was definitely an escort. He was definitely an escort without dignity. Jiang Chen lost his interest. He really didn't want to bother with someone like this. But just as he was about to retract his gaze, to his surprise, the woman was looking at him. The narrowed eyes completely neglected the man who was attentive to her, but rather, she looked at Jiang Chen with quite a curiosity, as if she was waiting for him to do something. As for the woman's stare, Jiang Chen only smiled. He didn't say much and looked away. Seeing that Jiang Chen didn't have any reaction, the woman yawned and looked away in displeasure. The waitress walked over again as she expressed her apology to Jiang Chen and Xia Xiyu. Jiang Chen didn't embarrass her as he ordered with Xia Xiyu. When the waitress left, Jiang Chen took a sip of the lemon water and he asked softly, "Do you know him?" "I do." From the tone, it seemed like the relationship was not a great one. Was he her enemy? Seeing that Xia Xiyu was not in the best mood, Jiang Chen didn't pursue the topic any further and, instead, he chatted with her about other things as the smile began to come back. "Are you not curious about my relationship with him?" Xia Xiyu asked abruptly. "Although I am curious, you seem to hate this topic, so I didn't ask," Jiang Chen replied with a shrug. After a brief 2-second pause, Xia Xiyu looked at Jiang Chen and spoke rather apathetically, "He is my ex-boyfriend." But, Jiang Chen didn't show any reaction. Xia Xiyu felt a bit frustrated although she didn't understand why. Just what kind of reaction from Jiang Chen would make her feel satisfied? "But we didn't even hold hands," she added subconsciously. When Jiang Chen heard this, he suddenly started chuckling. She raised her furrowed eyebrows and asked in a low voice, "What are you laughing at?" "I just think you are cute," Jiang Chen joked. Xia Xiyu immediately blushed, and the coldness on her face now seems forced. "So random," Xia Xiyu murmured to herself as she lowered her head, her cherry-like lips biting the straw on the ice cream and her bangs hiding her shaken eyes. While eating, Jiang Chen felt the need to use the washroom, so he excused himself to the washroom. There, he also washed his face, but when he came out, he met the queen-like woman. "Jiang Chen, is that right?" the woman asked with a grin. "Do you know me?" He put his hands under the hand dryer as he looked rather surprised. The renowned president of future technology, with a net worth of 10 billion at the age of 22, and the fantasy of countless of girls. "With such prominence, how would I not know you?" the woman stated. "Ahem, you are over-complimenting me." At least the waitress, as well as the people he walked by, didn't recognize him. Perhaps it had to do with his low-profile appearances. Since he spent time in the apocalypse, even if media were waiting outside of his community, they still may not see him. For the people who occasionally read the news, they may know Jiang Chen's name, but as for his appearance, they often have no idea. "What is your name, miss?" Jiang asked nobly. The red lips turned into a beautiful curvature, her eyes under the curly hair had mischievousness hidden inside. "Wang Xinyan." "Is it Wang Xinyan? Maybe you should restrain your boyfriend a little. At least make him not stand out as much." Jiang Chen smiled standing in front of her. "Boyfriend?" She suddenly started giggling but quickly returned to her elegant self. With a look of rumination, she looked at Jiang Chen. "Mr. Jiang is very humorous. That's not a boyfriend, it's more of a puppy." Stunned, Jiang Chen didn't think she would be so direct. He then ridiculed. Even if it is a puppy, it's better to keep in control of him. Since sometimes, the puppy's behavior indirectly reflects the taste of the owner. For a man to attend to her this much, her identity must not be so simple. Although he was not afraid of anything, with the attitude of less trouble is better, Jiang Chen cautiously chose to leave her some ground. He only vaguely made fun of her to express his own displeasure. As if she has already expected Jiang Chen to say this, Wang Xinyan paused but didn't look angry. Instead, she seemed somewhat interested. Oh. If Mr. Jiang doesn't like me having a puppy, I can let him go. What does it have to do with me? Is that so? She smiled mysteriously as she left an ambiguous answer. Wang Xinyan then passed him and entered the washroom. Jiang Chen watched her silhouette disappear, confused. But then he shook his head and walked away. When he returned to the restaurant, Jiang Chen discovered that his spot seemed to have been taken. That man in the white suit was sitting in his seat. Seeing this, he frowned. Though his expression was soon replaced by a stunning smile as he walked over. I can't believe I am meeting you here, how have you been? The comical expression on his face appeared as if he has accomplished something already. I don't know you, go away, Xia Shiyu said coldly. You are still icy. The man shook his head. Are you not afraid the woman you are trying to suck up will see all of this? While she is going to the washroom, you are hitting on another woman. Just like your usual tendency, Su Yuqing. Xia Shiyu's iciness soon changed into contempt. Hitting on you? You really think you are worth hitting on? I'm saying hi to an old friend. I don't remember having a friend like you. The usual coldness. Looks like you have found a new boyfriend. So, did he touch your hand yet? Su Yuqing examined the coldness on her face. Xia Shiyu inhaled deeply, suppressed the anger in her heart, and said calmly. I don't have a boyfriend. Not before, not now. Oh. Then how did you pay back the loan? I remember you lost your job, could it be? Su Yuqing slyly glanced at her chest. Did you finally put down your proudness and got a sugar daddy? Damn. Do you think I'm like you? Xia Shiyu emotionlessly interrupted his rude words. Raising her chin, she mouthed, a sucker without dignity. Su Yuqing's face was flushed with anger as he stood up. You dash, but before he could say anything else, a hand was on his shoulder. Su Yuqing paused, turned around, and was confronted with a smiling face. I agree with the perspective of this lady. Also, who allowed you to sit in my seat? Jiang Chen smiled at him. Seeing Jiang Chen, Xia Shiyu let out a breath as she felt calmer. Funny, did you open this restaurant? What if I did sit here? Anger soon overwhelmed Su Yuqing as he argued back. Right after he finished his words, his mouth was slanted to the side. Slap. Jiang Chen without saying anything slapped him with his backhand while still holding onto his shoulder with the other. I don't own the restaurant, and your butt is on your body, so wherever you sit is your freedom. But now that I don't like you, my hand is on my arm and how I beat you is also my freedom, Jiang Chen said with narrowed eyes. Seeing Jiang Chen's action, Xia Shiyu was utterly stunned. She didn't expect Jiang Chen with such a gentle attitude would strike so fiercely. Is it for me? When she thought about it, a red hue began to cover her face. The slap took the air out of Su Yuqing as he began to tremble. A strength equal to 3 times that of an ordinary person, even if Jiang Chen purposely controlled his power, it wasn't someone who only spent a few days in the gym could compare to. F*CKU, UF*, King hit me. Blood rushed to his head, as Su Yuqing became hot-headed. He grabbed the knife on the table and stabbed toward Jiang Chen. Be careful. Xia Shiyu screamed as her face lost its color. But Jiang Chen only laughed contemptuously, he didn't even bother to dodge as he waited for him to dash over. Funny, if this level of attack could hurt him, he could suicide by banging his head on the tofu. 1. The knife reached 2 inches in front of Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen didn't move as he easily clenched onto Su Yucheng's wrist. Su Yucheng felt as if his hand was clamped by an iron claw. His face became bloated, and the vision in front of face changed before he dropped on the ground. The knife pierced the wooden floor 2 inches away from him. Xia Shiyu's eyes widened, mouth opened, and her cold expression was changed entirely into shock. She never thought Jiang Chen had this type of ability. No. The night when she was blocked at the flower shop by the thugs. Jiang Chen strolled in front of Su Yucheng while seeing him whimpering on the ground, contorting his body together to hide. The customers on the side gulped as they wanted to intervene, but Jiang Chen only glanced at them before the idea vanished in their heads. Someone secretly called 911, but Jiang Chen didn't mind. While squatting on the ground, he dragged his gelled hair and smiled at him. Then, Jiang Chen slapped him. Slap. This one is for Xia Shiyu. Do you know that because you left your debt to her, she was almost forced into a private club by a bunch of thugs? She was your girlfriend, are you even human? Hearing Jiang Chen's words, the crowd all looked at the sharp-looking Su Yucheng with despise. No one felt compassion for him for getting beaten up. He deserved it. If he didn't happen to encounter that night. When Jiang Chen thought about it again, he felt an inexplicable rage. Slap. This one is because I don't like you, you can think of the reason yourself. After 2 slaps, blood began to drip out of Su Yucheng's nose and mouth. Seeing that there might be a problem if he continued, Jiang Chen took a deep breath and stopped. Jiang Chen threw Su Yucheng's head on the ground and stood up. It was not the apocalypse, after all, he should be careful. In dizziness, it took him a while to regain his clarity. On the ground, Su Yucheng stared at Jiang Chen maliciously. Just wait, I will make sure you can't stay in Wanghai City anymore. I am waiting. Do you know who I am? Someone selling his butt? Jiang Chen took a napkin to wipe his hand and mocked, I am Linhua Group's dash, but just then, a female voice diffused from not too far away, mercilessly destroying his last hope. You are not anymore. 1. When the action is less likely to hurt him than a piece of tofu. Chapter 224 I Don't Like Men. The voice not only contained a hint of sluggishness, but also of contempt. Xin Yan. Su Yucheng, lying on the ground, looked absent-mindedly at the woman not far away as he stammered with disbelief. Linhua Group will not offend the head of future technology just because of you. What do you think? Mr. Jiang Chen. With graceful steps, she walked beside Jiang Chen as she smiled at him. When Su Yucheng heard the words, future technology, and Jiang Chen, the color of his face immediately changed. He initially thought that the man dining with Xia Shiyu was just a small business owner with some money in his pockets, but he didn't know it was the legendary Jiang Chen. Now that he looked closer, that man did look familiar. The original blanked expression turned completely into fear. The Linhua Group. This fact caught Jiang Chen by surprise. Speaking of which, he did receive Linhua Group's invitation to attend that Wanghai Economic Forum. However, Jiang Chen didn't answer Wang Xinyan's question and, instead, he responded with a question of his own, although I don't want to ridicule other people's hobby, I really don't understand. What's so good about this despicable man who sold his girlfriend? Even despicable people have their uses. For example, I could give him the status and power he had always dreamt of, just to see what kind of fool he will turn himself into. Wang Xinyan squinted her eyes, her visage gruesome. This is crazy. Looking sympathetically at Su Yucheng on the ground, Jiang Chen stepped over him and headed towards Xia Shiyu. The server and security personnel of Shimao began to surround the scene, but seeing that Jiang Chen's identity wasn't so simple, no one dared to do anything to him, and they only helped the bruised Su Yucheng up. They only controlled the situation while waiting for the police to arrive. Xin Yan, you can go fu*k off now, I am getting bored of your looks anyways, Wang Xinyan yawned. Su Yuqing broke loose from the security, dropping in front of Wang Xinyan's boots as he begged without dignity, I really do like you. Please, give me another chance. Did you really think you could get me to date you? Wang Xinyan scoffed, sorry, I don't like men. Su Yuqing was utterly dumbfounded. Don't like men? Then what about the effort I spent these past few days? As if he had lost all energy in his body, his bruised face twisted and Su Yuqing looked as though he lost his soul, and both of his hands slumped on the ground. Back then, after leaving Xia Xiyu, Su Yuqing drove the car that was purchased with Xia Xiyu's identity to run away with the person he cheated her for. But then, the story after wasn't as smooth as he expected. When he lost his income, he quickly used up all his money. Since he didn't have any ability and only depended on her, he couldn't find even a proper job. After an argument, he and the girlfriend who he had just met for less a month broke up. After a series of events, he became a server at a bar. Through one occasion, he was introduced to the escort industry. However, this profession was not a long-term solution. The rich ladies with too much money and nowhere to unleash their energy would not give him a promise. He tried to do one last gig to find a permanent ATM, finally locking his sights on to the daughter of the president of Linhua Group, Wang Xinyan. Fortunately, Wang Xinyan didn't brush him away like a fly but, instead, gave him the opportunity to flatter her. However, he didn't think that from the beginning to the very end, he was just a joke used for amusement, unable to touch her hand and just there to wipe her shoes. Wang Xinyan's contemptuous smile looked down at the wounded Su Yuqing, and the smile soon turned into a delighted one. This feeling is fantastic. Sorry, the one time I invited you to dinner, the mood was ruined by a fly. I'll make it up to you next time. Jiang Chen sat in front of Xia Xiyu as he said apologetically. Xia Xiyu's face blushed, and she whispered, no, it's my problem. Just then, the chubby boss with glasses walked over. Looking at the knife marks on the ground, along with the crowd, he had a troubled smile on his face. It is better to resolve things through peace, why use violence? Both look like people of importance, why fight? Jiang Chen obviously saw the boss's intention in his eyes, so he took out a credit card from his pocket and threw it in the boss's lap. 1 million, renovation of the restaurant, on me. The boss was first shocked, but then his face became ecstatic. A voice spoke up, there is no need for Mr. Jiang to spend money, Shiyu Garden's loss will be covered by Shimao. Manager Chen, return the card to Mr. Jiang. Me, miss? A cold sweat rolled off of Chen Onmin's forehead. He just realized that the woman standing in front of the store was President Wang's daughter, Wang Xinyan. Shimao was a property of Linhua Group. A small business owner like him definitely did not have the courage to say no to the president's daughter. Chen Onmin forced a laugh as he put the card on the table. Jiang Chen looked at Wang Xinyan speechlessly, and she was blinking at him mischievously. Her eyes seemed to be saying, you owe me one. This favor was indeed cheap. Jiang Chen mocked at the thought in his mind. 1 million was really nothing to him. Because someone called the police at the beginning of the conflict, the police quickly arrived at the store. Su Yuqing, who lost his ATM, in despair, blamed all the unfortunate events on Jiang Chen. Facing the police, he not understandingly insisted that Jiang Chen beat him to this point as he demanded the police to punish Jiang Chen. He also said he will sue Jiang Chen. Wang Xinyan could not help but facepalm herself due to his intelligence level, and she then grabbed out her phone in annoyance and called her cousin, after which she gave Jiang Chen an apologetic look. But Jiang Chen didn't mind as he had a mischievous smile. In this case, the wisest thing Su Yuqing could have done would be to say that he bumped on the ground himself and settles with Jiang Chen privately. Perhaps he would have even received a large sum. But now. Funny, would Jiang Chen be afraid of him suing? The video showed that it was, indeed, Jiang Chen who struck first. But it was not a problem, especially when Wang Zhiyong personally ran over to the police department. Because of Su Youqing's insistent stubbornness, following the procedure, Jiang Chen had to go to the police department to give testimonies, and then accept a negotiation of settlement. That's right, negotiation of settlement. After communicating with their superior, the police selectively ignored the bruise on Su Youqing's face, and instead, they determined the event to be a civil dispute. They then began to explain to Su Youqing his act of aggression through the eyes of the law, saying he provoked Jiang Chen, therefore, who started the fight first would not matter. Furthermore, he had used a knife, which would void any claims of self-defense due to its excessive nature. After a long spiel, Jiang Chen, who was bored already, left, and the defeated Su Youqing was still sitting on the chair, listening to the educating officers as he experienced the unjustness of society. Accompanying Jiang Chen out of the police department, Wang Zhiyong conscientiously sat in the driver's seat of Maybach as he asked with a bitter smile, "How did you get involved with that little devil?" "Little devil? Do you know Wang Xinyan?" Jiang Chen's expression was also odd. "My cousin." After starting the car, Wang Zhiyong said, "Speaking of this, where is your girlfriend?" "Ahem, that is not my girlfriend, only female friend. I asked her to go back first." Wang Zhiyong chuckled as he looked dubiously at Jiang Chen while he drove on the road. "I know. Don't be so sick-minded." Jiang Chen was facepalming. "Also, I need to tell you something." Wang Zhiyong suddenly used a more serious tone as he said to Jiang Chen, "This is the advice from a friend, be careful of that woman, Wang Xinyan, and don't get too close to her." "Oh. Is there a problem with her?" Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. "Problem? She is a psycho," Wang Zhiyong cursed out. "Psycho?" Jiang Chen's expression was peculiar. By Wang Zhiyong's tone, he didn't seem to have a good relationship with his cousin. But this was not the key point. The key point was, Wang Xinyan is Wang Zhiyong's cousin. Therefore, one of the top companies in Wanghai City, the president of Linhua Group Wang Linhua, is the brother of the general secretary of Wanghai City, Wang Dihai. That was a big discovery. But when Jiang Chen thought this through, he was at ease. For business in the real estate industry, all had to have some form of connection with the government. Buying land, acquiring projects, passing quality assurance, the government is involved in every step of the way. Without any background, regardless of how profitable the real estate industry is, it would be hard to make money. But Jiang Chen didn't think that Linhua Group's connections were this strong. "Psycho?" Jiang Chen used a casual tone to ask. "That's right." With a cigarette in his mouth, Wang Zhiyong scorned. "A little bit when she was young, then it turned serious when she got older. Who knew what happened to her, but personality-wise she has changed to this." "Naughty?" Jiang Chen laughed. Because Wang Zhiyong was her cousin, Jiang Chen used a light tone when describing her. "Naughty?" Wang Zhiyong glanced at Jiang Chen. "You underestimate her. She just purely enjoys the misery of people." Jiang Chen was shocked, but then a nonchalant smile appeared on his face. "Whatever, they just happened to encounter each other." Also, Wang Zhiyong abruptly spoke out, "Did you receive the invitation?" "Invitation?" "Wanghai Economic Forum." "Aha, Linhua Group did send me an invitation, is there a problem?" Jiang Chen felt lost. Wang Zhiyong hesitated for a moment as if he wanted to say something, but then he shook his head. "It's fine, it's nothing. Don't worry about it." Jiang Chen's eyebrows furrowed slightly as he sensed something odd. But seeing that Wang Zhiyong didn't want to say anything more, he didn't ask further. In the time remaining, they just joked around as they didn't mention business anymore. He listened to Wang Zhiyong talk about the fun things that happened in the military. Finally, the car drove into a community and parked in front of a house. "Have dinner with us?" Wang Zhiyong invited Jiang Chen while chuckling. "It's okay, I already ate," Jiang Chen opened the driver door as he thanked him for his invitation. After departing from Wang Zhiyong's place, Jiang Chen started the car again and drove to his mansion located in Songjiang. When he returned at home, it was already pitch black outside. He looked at the time as it was already 9 in the evening. He parked the car inside the garage and rubbed Aisha's head, who waiting at the door with a smile. Jiang Chen then went to take a shower. After the shower, he changed into a comfy robe. He drank some hot milk and rested for a while, before going to the kitchen and throwing 2 boxes of mango pudding into the storage dimension. Finally, he walked to the bedroom. In front of the bedroom door, he saw Aisha in a black night dress. Her curled brown hair was covered by droplets of water and tied into a ponytail with white lace. From the white steam on her head, she just took a shower and dressed herself up. "Can we sleep together?" Aisha's face was flushed, her tender eyes filled with love. "Sorry, probably can't tonight. I need to go back to the other side," Jiang Chen said apologetically. He must go back to the apocalypse tonight to give the sample chip and USB to Yao Yao and then ask Sun Jiao about the movements of 7th area to determine the next steps for the base. Sun Jiao would not let him go back this late. Although slightly disappointed, Aisha still nodded her head empathetically. Seeing the slight pout, Jiang Chen smiled lovingly. He rubbed her wet hair and put his forehead against hers. "Tomorrow morning, I will wake you up." Aisha's face became hot as she nodded shyly. "Aha!" Jiang Chen kissed her pale and soft forehead, before walking out of the bedroom and closing the door. He inhaled, closed his eyes, and started the interdimensional travel. When he opened his eyes again, the beautifully decorated wall was replaced by a wall with visible cracks. He breathed out the air from the modern world and immediately headed out of the room. Before finding Yao Yao, Jiang Chen decided to go to Lin Lin's lab to bring her the mango pudding she wanted. You are back already." Surprised by Jiang Chen's presence, Lin Lin put the test tube in her hand on the test rack. "I will head back immediately." Jiang Chen took out the 2 mango puddings and put it on her table. "Your puddings." Seeing the mango pudding, Lin Lin's eyes immediately turned into pudding as she snatched the box and hugged it joyfully. Seeing her joyful look, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile. "Don't overeat at night, take care of your stomach." "Don't worry. I am a digitalized human." Lin Lin clenched her fist as she said proudly. "Then do what you want. Freeze the rest in the fridge, it tastes better cold." Jiang Chen turned around as he finished speaking. "Wait." Lin Lin suddenly jumped down to the ground, ran to the door, and dragged onto Jiang Chen's shirt. Jiang Chen turned around looking at Lin Lin. Thank you." It was rare for this girl expressed her gratitude. She also didn't say her usual foolish words like, "The offering you have is making me pleased." Looking at the coy Lin Lin, Jiang Chen was unsure of how to react. "Don't worry about it. Are you here just to give me the mango pudding?" With a blushing face, Lin Lin said shyly. Her expression seemed to be anticipating a specific answer. With eyebrows raised, a smirk irrepressibly appeared on his face. "Of course not, I am back to give a USB to Yao Yao." QQ. Lin Lin's eyebrows twisted in disappointment. She put up her fist and fiercely punched Jiang Chen in the chest, then she stomped on her slippers and ran back to the room, slamming her door in a fit. With the wooden door shut, Jiang Chen still tried to muffle his laughter. Finally a chance to bully Lin Lin once again. It was surprisingly fun. Jiang Chen then shook his head and walked upstairs. Jiang Chen stood outside of Yao Yao's room, and he gently knocked on the door. "Knock knock. Yao Yao, are you there?" Jiang Chen spoke softly. It was a bit past 10 already, he was not sure if Yao Yao had slept already. "Ah, brother Jiang Chen. Coming." The lowly surprise and joyful voice transmitted from the other side of the door, then immediately followed the sound of cotton slippers on the ground. The door was pulled open. Yao Yao's head peeked out as she looked at Jiang Chen in excitement. "Are you back already?" Although I have to go back tomorrow." Seeing her adorable face, Jiang Chen couldn't help but rub her hair. With her head raised, her narrowed eyes enjoyed the caress of the firm hand on her head as adorable sounds came out of her throat. "Are you going to sleep soon?" But since brother Jiang Chen is here, I can sleep later." She timidly played with her nightgown as she said with a blushed face. "It won't take too long. I only have a favor to ask Yao Yao, is that okay?" Jiang Chen smiled. Seeing that Jiang Chen had a favor to ask, Yao Yao's adorable eyes lit up. She immediately nodded and raised her head, and patted her chest to assure him. I got it. Then I'll have to count on you. Regarding the specifics, can I come in? I need to use the computer." Jiang Chen entered the room. The room was filled with a fragrance similar to lilies. Thinking that it might be the natural odor of Yao Yao, Jiang Chen's face turned red. But Yao Yao didn't notice the unnatural look on Jiang Chen's face as she ran to her table in excitement, sat on the chair, and turned on the computer. She kicked off her slippers as her legs dangled joyfully. The unguarded position was somewhat dangerous. Jiang Chen gulped as he muttered to himself, "I am not a lowly lover." Then he walked beside Yao Yao, put the briefcase down, and took out a USB and a chip from inside. The requirements of the program are inside the USB. Basically, it is to design an artificial intelligence software that is compatible with the autonomous driving control chip. You don't have to make the program very powerful as long as the chip can operate. Can you do that? Of course, Yao Yao's computer skills are great. Yao Yao inserted the USB into the computer, hummed a song, and her fingers began to type rapidly on the control board. Lines of code Jiang Chen didn't understand flashed in front of his eyes. The outdated data inside the USB was easily converted to a language that the computer in the apocalypse could understand. It is not too difficult. Yao Yao carefully read through the requirements line by line, and nodded her head. "How long would you need?" Jiang Chen asked. "Around 2 hours," with a finger on her chin, Yao Yao said after she had given it some thought. But the response of only needing 2 hours shocked Jiang Chen. How long?" 2 hours is enough. Since Sister Sun Jiao already copied the entire database in the city library, this type of outdated technology would usually be stored as a form of an archive in the digital library. As long as the software with the highest compatibility is selected, some modifications can be done before it is good to go. Yao Yao tilted her head as she confusedly looked at the stunned Jiang Chen. This is insane. Not knowing how to express his astonishment in his mind, the shocked Jiang Chen only managed to say this one statement. A project that Dalmare Corporation expected to take 5 months to complete, Yao Yao said she could finish it in 2 hours. If they knew about this, what kind of interesting expression would appear on their faces? Hearing Jiang Chen say this, Yao Yao nodded. Then she inserted the chip into the multifunction slot and began to work. "Are you going to start now? Aren't you going to sleep?" Seeing that Yao Yao began to work, Jiang Chen asked. "Woo. It's only 10, so it is not too late. Since brother will go back tomorrow, I want to finish it soon and help brother out." Yao Yao's face began to burn as she timidly lowered her head. The pure sentence along with Yao Yao's adorable look made Jiang Chen feel his heart warm. Overwhelmed with emotions, he hugged Yao Yao's frail figure from the back. "Wah!" The slightly frantic shout echoed beside his ear. "Thank you, you are helping me a lot. Yao Yao is working very hard." Sensing the warmness, Jiang Chen sincerely thanked her. Other than the popular New Era game, the applications inside the base, whether it was production or management, were all creations of Yao Yao. But the timid lowly never said anything. She only diligently worked and contributed to his success. Feeling the warm hug, as well as the praise she had been waiting for, Yao Yao's face was red and her tender mouth curled up in joy. Hee hee. No need to thank me. Yao Yao is brothers, so, it is my duty to help you. Do you want any rewards? I haven't been rewarding you properly, Jiang Chen said guiltily. Any kind of reward? Yao Yao buried her head shyly, she blankly stared at her feet dangling as she murmured. Aha! When she received the confirmation, the red hue moved from her face to the tip of her ears. With lips bitten, she exhaled several times before she finally worked up the courage. Last birthday. At night, could you hug me while I sleep? Yao Yao wanted to say the thing that they didn't get to finish last time, but because of her shyness, she changed her words mid-sentence. As if she had sensed Jiang Chen's hesitation, Yao Yao carefully added, you said anything is okay. Don't worry, Yao Yao has been taking a shower every night, I smell good. Yao Yao is also light and gentle when sleeping, I can be a soft pillow. Her anxious explanation made it seem as if Jiang Chen was going to take back his promise. Looking at Yao Yao's hopeful expression, Jiang Chen gulped. He could not say no to such a cute expression. Therefore he nodded. A joyful smile emerged on Yao Yao's face. The smile was mixed with happiness, as well as a hint of shyness. Thank you, I'm so happy. Aha! Yao Yao will begin to work. Brother, you can go sleep, Yao Yao will be done soon. Do you not need me to accompany you? Jiang Chen rubbed her head. No, no need. That will be really boring. Yao Yao said slightly embarrassed. Jiang Chen didn't insist. He walked to the bed, looked at the pink sheets as he awkwardly scratched his head. But when he thought about Yao Yao's hopeful expression, Jiang Chen gulped and with trembling fingers slowly lifted up the sheet and lied down. His nose was tingled by the faint aroma. Although he couldn't quite tell what the smell was, it smelt good. Under the sheets, Jiang Chen could smell her pureness. It was an intoxicating feeling. But this feeling didn't manage to last long. Because it was too comfortable, Jiang Chen began to lose his consciousness, he yawned before quickly falling asleep. After typing up the last line of code, Yao Yao stretched her body. Then she timidly looked at the direction of the bed. Thinking that her love was sleeping in her bed, an indescribable joy and timid feeling rose in her heart. Yao Yao gulped as she put on her bunny slippers carefully and walked to the door to turn off the light. Then she sneaked to the side of the bed. Her heart was beating fast as if it was going to jump out of her chest. Wu fell asleep. Seeing that Jiang Chen had already drifted to sleep, Yao Yao pouted her mouth in slight disappointment. But for some reason, she felt relieved and more at ease. It was a complex feeling. Already hitting puberty, she desired the mysterious but forbidden kind of feeling. At the same time, she felt unsettled by the idea. Could it be that I am still not ready? Yao Yao didn't understand her feeling. With a hand on her chin, under the pristine moonlight, Yao Yao pouted her mouth as she carefully observed Jiang Chen's face. Listening to his rhythmic breathing, a sweet smile appeared on her face. Wu, of course, let's maintain our current state. Since brother already felt asleep. She hummed to herself in a quiet voice before she sneaked into bed. She pecked Jiang Chen's lips as a soft smile emerged on Yao Yao's face. With this tiny bit of happiness, Yao Yao moved closer to his warm chest, adjusting herself to be in a comfortable position before closing her eyes. Her breathing began to turn rhythmic and gentle. Yao Yao's crescent-shaped mouth revealed her happiness. The next morning, a streak of faint morning light poured into the room through the window. Jiang Chen yawned unhurriedly as he opened his sleepy eyes and gazed through the window. Such a rare scene, the outside was actually sunny. The insulated window blocked all the coldness outside, so it was warm like the spring inside the room. If it wasn't for the snow, watching the bright sun, he almost felt like he slept all the way through the start of spring. A faint, warm breath fluttered on his chest. Jiang Chen looked down and found Yao Yao all curled up on top of his chest. Like a small rabbit, she slept peacefully. Her breathing rose and fell rhythmically. Her eyelashes quivered along with her breath as she cast off the angel-like vibe in the bright sunlight. Even in her sleep, her lips formed in a sweet smile. Gently sweeping her bangs to the side, Jiang Chen kissed her on top of her smooth forehead, and then he sneaked out of bed. He picked up the already completed USB and chip from the table, and then he quietly left the room and closed the door. It was only 6 o'clock in the morning, but based on Jiang Chen's understanding of Sun Jiao, she should already be up and about. He was supposed to find her last night, but Yao Yao's expectant eyes made him stay the night. While heading towards the 3rd floor of the mansion, Jiang Chen heard the gunshots coming from the training room from a distance. "You're up so early as usual." Pushing the door open, Jiang Chen spotted Sun Jiao in combat gears shooting at targets. You're back." Turning around, Sun Jiao wore a surprised smile. Throwing the pistol in the case, Sun Jiao excitedly jumped in front of Jiang Chen. "Have you finished everything on the other side?" "Not yet, but I'm worried about this side, so I came back to check things out." "You're worrying now that we have the communication chip. If there's anything urgent, I will inform you." Lin Lin shared the video that she and Jiang Chen had recorded with Sun Jiao and Yao Yao. Yao Yao's reaction was somewhat blasé since she did live in a more prosperous pre-war life for 12 years. Seeing the ancient era, other than envy, she also felt melancholic. But Sun Jiao, who hadn't seen a civilized society before, almost had her face plastered on the screen. For her, the other side was the embodiment of a fairy tale. It would be too late if something really happens. "Has the 7th area taken any action yet?" Sun Jiao's posture turned rigid upon hearing Jiang Chen's question. "The mutated humans have yet to make a move. The defense on the east of Zhufeng Highway has been established, with the 10 tigers and 200 soldiers being stationed there." Nodding, Jiang Chen pondered on it for a moment before continuing, "What about the defender in Jia City?" Hearing that, a troubled smile flitted across Sun Jiao's face. Not even a reaction. Not a single news at all. Jiang Chen had exchanged a communication channel with Lin Chowan at the Bullet Shell Tavern at the 6th Street last time. The first few times, Jiang Chen could still reach the general of the Defender Alliance in Jia City, but as soon as winter came, they seemed to have disappeared all of a sudden. All communication with the Fishbone base had come to a halt. Did they get wiped out? Or was it another type of accident? Frowning, Jiang Chen had a vague feeling that something was off but could not pinpoint what exactly it was. Sun Xiaoro was captured, but there was no reaction from Dusk at all. The mutated humans' front posts were destroyed twice, but their reaction was also somewhat abnormal. Could it be since their plans were foiled, they were at a loss on what to do? But rather than optimistically thinking that the threats had been eliminated, Jiang Chen was more inclined to believe in another possibility, that they were planning a massive conspiracy. The silence now was to endure through this period of time. Speaking of which, did Sun Xiaoro's condition get better? Jiang Chen asked, somewhat awkwardly. "She's better now." Sun Jiao's expression looked despondent at the mention of her sister. She would spend most of her time every day with her sister and attempt to wake up the personality in Sun Xiaoro's body, and make the devout believer of an occult slumber for eternity. However, it was extremely difficult. In the face of psychological issues, she really had no way of dealing with it. "It'll get better." Seeing the despair on Sun Jiao's face, Jiang Chen embraced and comforted her. "Aha." Sun Jiao nodded and leaned her head on Jiang Chen's shoulder. Just like this, silence perpetuated for a while and was broken when Sun Jiao suddenly asked, "How are you doing on the other side?" "Me?" Jiang Chen paused for a moment. "Aha, I haven't asked you about the other side, so can you talk to me about it?" Whenever the other world was mentioned, Sun Jiao's eyes lit up with anticipation. There's nothing special about, it's probably the exact opposite of this place. A mouse is only the size of a fist, and a cockroach is just as big as your thumb. There are no mutants, the street is littered with all kinds of people, and there is an endless number of stores that are filled with fun and delicious things. It's hard to explain with just words, so I will just have to take you there when there's an opportunity. Jiang Chen scratched his face. Woo, I'm envious of you for being born in heaven. Sun Jiao pouted. It's not as good as you think. Compared to here, yes, but it's not exactly a heaven. There are people who are extremely rich, and some people are so poor they don't have a place that belongs to themselves, and they would have to depend on others' goodwill to be able to rent a place. Fortunately, Jiang Chen became the former from the latter. Rent? Sun Jiao raised her eyebrows. She could not wrap her head around what Jiang Chen had just told her. The things that the wasteland didn't lack were concrete and steel buildings, so she couldn't imagine why it would be so valuable. If she got tired, she could find any building and could just place a trip mine on the stairs to sleep. Before the war, a house is considered a luxury. Just like the mansion where we currently reside at, if it was before the war, it would cost millions. You can think of it as millions of crystals. Whoa, so expensive. Sun Jiao was astonished. So don't think that the other side is perfect, lest you'll end up being disappointed. Jiang Chen tousled Sun Jiao's silky hair. Just then, Sun Jiao suddenly asked, which side do you like better? Looking at the serious expression on Sun Jiao's face, Jiang Chen took a moment to think. He then gave an answer that even shocked himself. Probably, this side, or at least for now. In the modern world, he was just a billionaire. Even as the president of a multi-billion-dollar company, he was just a wealthy person. With the growth of future technology, he gradually became embroiled in the vested interest of other people. Precisely because of the secrets he had to protect, Jiang Chen's development had to be carefully measured, and he had to control the speed of his improvement. Despite possessing copious amounts of astonishing innovations, he could not easily bring it out in the open. Innovation like virtual reality MMORPG, Du Yongkong had already developed it. The headset version virtual reality gear could be produced in the 6th Street, however, bringing it out in the modern world would be no different to committing suicide. In the apocalypse, however, he was the commander of a force. After becoming the general of the 6th Street, there was no organization in the entire Wanghai city that could force him to hide his growth. Perhaps the development in the modern world should be hastened. After bidding Sun Jiao goodbye, Jiang Chen returned to the modern world. It was around 8 in the morning, thinking of the promise he made with Aisha last night, Jiang Chen's face broke into a smile. After preparing breakfast and putting it into the microwave, Jiang Chen took a shower before he entered Aisha's room, smirking all the while. When the two came out of the room, it was already 10 o'clock. I shouldn't have prepared breakfast had I known it'd be lunchtime soon, Jiang Chen uttered in disappointment as he removed the bread and poached egg from the microwave. It's okay. Just put it in the fridge, and we'll eat it tomorrow, face still blushing furiously, Aisha muttered and took the plate out of Jiang Chen's hand. After putting the plate in the refrigerator, Aisha started preparing lunch while wearing an apron. Looking at Aisha's profile, Jiang Chen was enamored by the scene. The loose brown curls reflected a golden streak in the sun. Beneath it was a gentle and serene face, and with the elegant apron, she resembled a newly married wife. Aisha seemed to have sensed Jiang Chen's gaze because she slightly tilted her head and looked up. Nothing, just thinking how beautiful you are. Jiang Chen scratched his cheek. Face blushing, Aisha lowered her head shyly and started cutting the meat. Lunch was roasted beef and borscht with steamed rice, a combination of Western and Oriental cuisine. When the two finished their lunch, it was already 12 o'clock. After cleaning up the dishes, Aisha, as part of her usual routine, she headed to the gym to complete today's virtual reality training content. Jiang Chen rested a bit more on the sofa, and then went out of the door and drove to the metropolis. Tonight he was going to attend the Wanhai Business Forum. Jiang Chen, who had not always been confident in his own style, wisely decided to leave the task to the professionals to deal with. Although what's inside was more important, it was also necessary for the look to reflect that. Jiang Chen allowed the cold but gentle hands to fiddle with his face and hair for a while before coming out of the high-end style studio feeling refreshed. Although his hair was still short hair, he felt sleeker. Then he headed to the mall to buy a few sets of formal suits. Although he didn't know which attire would be most appropriate for the event tonight, the best choice would be to buy the most expensive one. After throwing the tens of thousands worth of formal suits on the counter, Jiang Chen, in front of the cashier whose eyes had already turned into glittering stars, swiped his card without blinking. It was already 3 o'clock when he was done with everything. Seeing that there was still some time to spare, Jiang Chen went to a Starbucks and ordered a cup of coffee before he started fiddling with his phone. When it was about 5 o'clock, Jiang Chen drove to the venue where the party would be held, Linhua Hotel. One could see the elegance of the beautifully designed building just by looking at its appearance. Marble and red brick were the main materials used, which gave a touch modern simplicity combined with the elegance of classic beauty. Linhua Hotel Euro, an embellished sign with huge neon letters. The parking lot was almost like a luxury car dealership. He actually saw no less than 2 or 3 of Lamborghini, Rolls-Royce, etc. So that his car Maybach S600 being parked there looked inconspicuous. When he parked the car, following the direction of the valet, he was ushered to the front of the hotel. After flashing his invitation, he then entered the hotel along with those well-dressed elites. Although it was a fancy banquet, in the end, it was still hosted by locals. Jiang Chen didn't get to see some famous people and could not recognize most attendees. But he didn't look down on the party because of it. While they may not appear in the media, it did not mean they could not do so. Sometimes the more low-key the people were, the more powerful they truly were. When he entered the hotel, he distinctly noticed a lot of people staring at him. In this regard, Jiang Chen did not appear to be the least bit anxious. After all, it was not the first time he would be participating in a gathering this level. When he was in Sanya, he attended a birthday dinner hosted by the hospitable Prince of Arabia for his princess. Although the birthday party was more private and informal than the business forum, the process was, in fact, roughly similar. After the host delivered all kinds of ceremonial speech, the business elites naturally formed themselves into a small clique and exchanged ideas with those they were interested in. Because he was not good at this kind of things, Jiang Chen deliberately picked a secluded spot in the corner of the hall and started enjoying the delicious food. While he did consider using this opportunity to get acquainted with some business associates, but he was somewhat unable to get started after arriving here. Most of the active participants here were not a first-timer in this kind of event. As such, a number of people in the circle were familiar with each other. It was undoubtedly difficult for some newcomers like Jiang Chen to mingle with this clique. But he had clearly underestimated his presence in the technology sector because who would actually cast a delicious morsel of cake aside? The profitability of future technology did make people green with envy, but for those who could take part in the event of this caliber, how many were actually short-sighted? Ignoring Jiang Chen because of jealousy, only a Philistine would do that. He hadn't sat for long before a middle-aged man sat beside him with a smile. Mr. Jiang is young and promising but doesn't show off in public. It's really rare at this age. Ah, I can't help but grow admiration for you even I were to be in 70s. Nah, despite feeling proud inside, Jiang Chen still humbly acknowledged the compliment, and then asked, "And you are?" Though the person looked familiar, Jiang Chen was still unable to remember where he had seen him. "I'm Zhou Hongwei." Zhou Hongwei smiled. "Isn't that the president of 361 Corporation, Zhou Hongwei?" It made Jiang Chen somewhat shocked. "So it's Mr. Zhou, I apologize for not realizing it sooner." Not even recognizing his own strategic partner was a bit embarrassing. With the advent of a social media platform, future technology and other communication technologies like Penguin naturally stood on the opposite side. In particular, the impact of Future 1.0 on WeChat, which caused a drastic decrease in their users, had naturally earned Penguin's displeasure. Because of this, Future technology was removed from all channels by Penguin, but it did little to Future technology as they had already occupied the user group. The competitor's adversary would naturally band together. Most especially after the Lingyu Technologies incident, towards 361 Corporation's gesture of goodwill to Jiang Chen, Future Technology would naturally take the same initiative as the 361 Corporation. Both parties used Chenfeng Entertainment as a joint venture platform to form a tight relationship in the mobile gaming sector, focusing on low and mid-end games with short development cycles. 361 Corporation being the main developer while Future Technology was responsible for the channel. It can be said that this was the honeymoon period of cooperation between the two sides. It's okay, I'm already over 40 years old with an average-looking face, so even if I went on CTV, no one would remember me. Zhou Hongwei quipped good-naturedly, which cleverly resolved the awkwardness, then he began chatting with Jiang Chen. When two internet giants sat together, it would naturally attract a lot of people in the same circle to join their conversation. Without him knowing, Jiang Chen was equally surprised to realize that the quiet spot he had chosen for himself had somehow become the center of the forum. In fact, Jiang Chen had somehow underestimated intricacies this business forum. If he had given it more thoughts, there were just few hundred companies with over 10 billion market value in the entire China. Now this Wanghai Business Forum, though the requirement was high, it was not as extreme as he initially thought. It could even be said that in this entire venue, he and Zhou Hongwei could be considered to stand at the top of the pyramid. On the other hand, Zhou Hongwei only possessed 14% share in 361 Corporation, but Jiang Chen had an unbelievable 99% share in Future Technology. From this perspective, while both companies had a market value of 10 billion, Jiang Chen's worth had overwhelmed Zhou Hongwei. Other than the internet giants, the rest were mid-sized companies with good profitability and future prospects. While they probably have billions in assets, there was still a noticeable gap compared to Jiang Chen's assets. As such, there were quite a number of people who used all sort of methods in an attempt to establish a connection with him. Especially considering he was still a bachelor, the big bosses with daughters, regardless whether their daughter had a boyfriend or not, began to talk marriage with Jiang Chen. Mr. Jiang is 22 this year, my princess is 21. Would Jiang Chen be interested in meeting her? No wonder Mr. Jiang Chen is capable of gracing the headline twice on Wall Street Journal. Mr. Jiang is indeed a talented person and gives face to his own country. Is Mr. Jiang interested in a partnership? Our company had recently developed an O2O takeout software. Considering Future 1.0 traffic, we can definitely. Networking, fawning, and partnership. To be honest, his vanity was satisfied while looking at a group of rich people formed a circle around him as the center. Jiang Chen naturally responded to everyone's friendliness and listened to their business proposals. As for those seeking to arrange marriage, Jiang Chen chose to politely ignore them. In this relaxed atmosphere, halfway through the party, a familiar voice floated through Jiang Chen's ears just as he was about to start eating. Hello Mr. Jiang, we meet again. To host this gathering, Linhua Group had certainly made an all-out effort. Not only was the food impeccable, the guests had also been given meticulous attention. When the party was halfway through, a sound of music began to play in the venue. In the center of the circular hall, the Chinese music circle goddess, Zhang Hui, was singing, the melodious and soft music reverberating in the hall. Clapping sound erupted as the music faded. To be able to invite a celebrity of this caliber to be part of this gathering showed the influence of Wang Linhua. Seeing that the atmosphere of the party has come to a peak, the host of the gathering took out the microphone. He first expressed his gratitude to Zhang Hui for her performance and to all the guests for coming to the event before announcing the next part of the celebration. The servers pushing the food carts entered the hall as they began to serve exquisite meals. Musical performance started playing from the center of the hall. The guests, exhausted from chatting, started enjoying their dinner. "Hello Mr. Jiang, we meet again." Wang Xinyan approached Jiang Chen with a glass of wine in her hand. Still clad in a vibrant red, but instead of a cotton dress, this time was an elegant cocktail dress. "It's a pleasure meeting you again, Miss Wang." Jiang Chen raised his glass and smiled. "Is it? But why do I sense that you feel the opposite?" With a graceful stride, Wang Xinyan proposed a toast to Jiang Chen and then took a sip of her wine. "That's just your imagination." While saying this, Jiang Chen muttered another sentence to himself. "But your imagination is too accurate. Woman's instinct is very accurate." Towards Jiang Chen's denial, Wang Xinyan just smiled mysteriously and did not give a direct response. "Ahem, let's cut to the chase. Come on, what do you need from me?" Jiang Chen coughed lightly as he put down the wine. "Can't I even look for you without having an ulterior motive?" Wang Xinyan gracefully sat across him. "Of course, but you're obviously not." Seeing the guarded look on Jiang Chen's face, Wang Xinyan let out a sigh. "A man who doesn't understand a woman. Then, excuse me for being blunt. My father wants to see you." "Wang Linhua. Why would a real estate developer want to see me?" Frowning, Jiang Chen couldn't think of any potential business ventures between Linhua Group and Future Technology. "Right now?" "Of course, after the event ends." Her red lips curved upward slyly. "When the party's over?" Jiang Chen still couldn't figure out the intention of Wang Linhua. Seeing Jiang Chen's slightly frowning expression, Wang Xinyan giggled. "Why are you so cautious? Don't you think it'd probably be something good?" "Because I noticed you used the word probably," Jiang Chen said dully. "That depends on you and how you interpret it." Wang Xinyan left a smile and a meaningful sentence behind, and then gracefully got up and exited in grand fashion. "Depends on my interpretation." A profound smile broke on Jiang Chen's face. Thereupon, the door to the hall became unsettled. "Is that Carmen Rothschild? My God, when did Linhua Group become this influential? Did Carmen specifically come here for this, or is he on a business trip for Rothschild family? Maybe Linhua was informed about it, and that's why he sent an invitation. But for the Rothschild family to attend this gathering, Linhua Group is surely powerful. If they want to get a slice of the cake of the 1.3 billion people market, then they will need to establish a good relationship with the top dog. That makes sense. I wonder which lucky person will have the opportunity to have dealings with these Europeans' tyrants." The ongoing speculations had made Jiang Chen's expression turn slightly strange. The lucky person they were referring to was him. Once the news about the deal had been publicized, what kind of interesting expression would be on their faces? Speaking of this, the control chip and artificial intelligence system had already been completed. As long as Jiang Chen willed it, the chip could just be transported from the storage dimension to his pocket. But to avoid drawing too much attention to himself, Jiang Chen cautiously decided to temporarily put it aside as he was planning to introduce it in April. Picking up his chopstick, he began to enjoy the food on the table. But then, much to his surprise, Carmen began to look around and headed his way. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes widened. So it's Future Technology. When did the Rothschild family get involved in the high-tech industry? Wait, I heard that Carmen is here representing the Dalmare Corporation. Could it be that Future Technology will be venturing into automotive industry? Artificial intelligence on top of automotive? This was one piece of a hot news. What was the media doing, and how come there was no information at all? Disregarding the reaction of the crowd, Carmen sat across from Jiang Chen where Wang Xinyan had previously sitten. "Chinese food, I like it a lot," Carmen nobly said with a smile, but he picked up a knife and fork. "Nice to see you again, old buddy," said Jiang Chen and exchanged greetings with him. Whether if it was because of the language barrier or something else entirely, listening to Jiang Chen's words, Carmen's expression became somewhat awkward. I apologize, my friend. I didn't deliberately provoke you. Based on his understanding, the disappearance of GPS signal was because Jiang Chen had discovered it already. In view of their current relationship, Carmen chose to apologize sincerely. It's okay, I'm a very easy person. Jiang Chen smiled. Carmen had blanked out for a moment before a grateful smile appeared on his face. Being able to let go of the past is amazing. This kind of mental fortitude is truly admirable, Carmen exclaimed in his head. Although it was not a big deal to be inept in using chopsticks and compared to $1 billion. How does one eat Chinese food with a knife and fork? Jiang Chen's expression looked strange as he stared at the knife and fork in Carmen's hand. The conversation between the two could be described as disjointed, but because of coincidence, it somehow connected together. Carmen thought that Jiang Chen had discovered the problem with the USB, but in reality, Jiang Chen didn't notice the mishap at all. One had to say that this disconnect in the information, which caused this misunderstanding, was really funny. Jiang Chen's taciturn behavior was seen as generosity in Carmen's eyes, so his words could not help but have guilt woven into them. While chatting with him, Jiang Chen became perplexed by his odd tone. Was this a difference in language expression? In short, the flow of conversation between the two was very harmonious. But this harmony, in the eyes of a certain person, was far from being pleasant. So Rothschild is interested in future technology as well. With wine in hand, the corner of his eyes peeked at the two as Wang Linhua muttered to himself. The wine swirling in the glass reflected the aged face immersed in deep thought. The gathering ended. After saying goodbye to Carmen Rothschild, Jiang Chen went to the back of the hall and met Wang Linhua waiting there. The elder man's body looked healthy, and he had a head full of black hair. While wrinkles were visible on his face, it only added to his authoritative look. From this point alone, Wang Dihai should be his older brother and quite a few years older. When he saw Jiang Chen come in, he had an amiable smile on his face as he warmly welcomed Jiang Chen to take a seat. I have been listening to my brother's praises of you, now that I see you, it certainly is true. Wang Linhua nodded his head. Uncle Wang is over-complimenting me, Jiang Chen said humbly. Since you call me uncle, could I call you little Jiang? Of course, it's my honor. When he heard Jiang Chen's words, Wang Linhua smiled as he took a drink of tea to soothe his throat. The reason why I asked you to stay today is that I wanted to chat with you. I hope little Jiang doesn't mind. Not a problem. Jiang Chen smiled, but he was analyzing his intention. Did you see my daughter yet? Wang Linhua asked nonchalantly. Wang Xinyan. As to why Wang Linhua all of a sudden mentioned this, Jiang Chen was rather lost. Yes, Jiang Chen nodded as he answered cautiously. What do you think about her? Unique. Jiang Chen carefully chose his word. I heard you don't have a girlfriend yet, you young people should spend more time together. As the elder, I don't need to say more. Hearing this, Jiang Chen's expression became odd. What is this? Arranged marriage? Encouraging me to chase after you, daughter? Why did Uncle Wang mention this all of a sudden? Without replying directly, Jiang Chen smiled. Nothing really, only casually mentioning it, don't worry too much. Wang Linhua laughed as he waved his hands. Jiang Chen didn't continue this conversation as he also laughed along with him. He didn't understand what kind of show this old guy was putting on for him, so he decided to be careful with his words. As to the hint, there was no way he would agree to it. Seeing that Jiang Chen didn't continue the conversation, Wang Linhua only smiled. He reached for the teapot and filled his cup with more tea. Westlake Longjing, my friend gave it to me as a gift. Jiang Chen raised his cup to take a sip, although he didn't know the intricacy of tea, he still pretended to know as he nodded. Great tea. Not bad, right? It is limited quantity. Better than the ones available on the market. Wang Linhua laughed, as he also took a sip of the tea. However, simply through observing his action, he was more natural than Jiang Chen. Speaking of this, during one of my outings with the old friend who gifted me the tea, he spoke about an interesting problem. Could little Jiang solve my elderly man's confusion? Wang Linhua said with a gentle voice as he smiled at Jiang Chen. My knowledge is limited, but I will do my best, Jiang Chen answered cautiously. I hope little Jiang don't mind, my old friend works in intelligence service. I am only curious because based on what he said, he couldn't find anything on the technology team behind future technology. That team, does it really exist? A piercing and sharp look shot out of Wang Linhua's eyes. That fox-like sight, locked tightly onto Jiang Chen's pupils as if he wanted to look through Jiang Chen. But Jiang Chen was not a rookie anymore, he was at least a general of the 6th Street. Although it was in another world, it didn't interfere with his newfound calmness as a leader. Of course, it's just that you guys haven't been able to find them yet, Jiang Chen replied to Wang Linhua's suspiciousness with calmness. Oh. Really? Of course. We only developed a partnership with them. Based on the agreement, they provide technology to us, and we focus on the operations. We also promise them confidentiality to all information about them. It was the second time Jiang Chen said something like this. The first was to the media. As to Jiang Chen's response, Wang Linhua was obviously unsatisfied, but he didn't show anything on his face, he only smiled, as he continued. We are leaning towards another possibility. Such as? That team is fictitious, everything is your work. A very imaginative assumption. Disregarding the fact that I have studied mechanical engineering, what's my reason to do this? Jiang Chen shrugged. There are many reasons. For example, avoiding the trouble, or blurring the development cost. Wang Linhua smiled mysteriously. You think I am avoiding tax? Let's disregard if the problem exists or not in the first place. I don't think Linhua Group is a tax agency, right? Even if your brother is powerful, it doesn't mean I have to accept your interrogation. When did Linhua Group start doing the work of the government agency? Although Wang Linhua had clearly heard the displeasure in Jiang Chen's tone, for some odd reason, he didn't stop the topic there. Of course not, I am only listing out a possibility. But those 2 points are key. The key is, this could be your motive because you don't trust the government. Don't trust the government? This is a serious accusation, I cannot accept this. And don't you think this kind of assumption is irresponsible? Where is your evidence? Jiang Chen said calmly. Rather than lack of trust, Jiang Chen would rather refer to it as being cautious for his life. Since his right hand held the portal to another world. Don't be nervous, I am only stating a possibility. Granted, our government system does have some flaws and unjust, but all in all, it is still a good system. For the people with talent, we always provide support. Therefore, Jiang Chen laughed. Did little Jiang ever consider an equity infusion by state? Wang Linhua said with a smile. Jiang Chen let out a sigh in his mind, it is finally here. A monthly revenue over $1 billion, 99% of absolute share control, this juicy piece of meat finally made people feel unsettled. Future Technology's operating condition is doing well, the cash flow is steady, there is no consideration of equity infusion. It was the point that made all venture capitalists grind their teeth. The lack of problem with cash flow meant that there was no possibility for them to cut a piece of pie from Future 1.0. Disregarding venture capitalists, Future Technology doesn't even need a bank loan. With its monthly profit alone, it could meet its growth needs. The company's incredible money-generating ability did indeed make people's eyes glisten with greed. This would include private capitals, foreign capitals, and of course, state capitals. And Linhua Group is a renowned state enterprise. Wang Linhua's question was dubious in its nature. It doesn't have to be operating poorly to infuse state capital. With liquid asset, you could develop freely and expand your operation. Wang Linhua took a sip of tea in an in-control attitude. That gesture hinted at a layer of meaning worth thinking over. If you don't mind me using a derogatory term, if you take too big of a stride, you might pull your nuts. Therefore, little Jiang is going to refuse. Wang Linhua narrowed his eyes, but the smile on his face didn't fade away. As to convincing, he had a mysterious sense of confidence. Jiang Chen didn't know what his trump card is, but he would not give any ground on this point. It has to do with the future of the company, I must be cautious with my decision. Jiang Chen didn't back down. Do you think infusing state capital would hinder the growth of future technology? Wang Linhua laughed, he waved his hands, let's talk about policy, but you should have been paying attention already. After taking a pause, Wang Linhua continued. Based on the state's newly discussed strategy, for the second type of corporation, the Keystone Corporation is an important industry, as well as its supporting industry, the high-tech industry. For these industries, the state wants an ownership control of 51%. Of course, this is only a recommended percentage, the actual percentage may differ. I heard that it is not an enforced policy, only a method of supporting the company. There is no law that states I must accept an equity infusion by state, Jiang Chen answered emotionlessly. For Jiang Chen's answer, Wang Linhua shook his head with a smile. Do you think the government would let this type of high-end technology sit in the hands of an individual? With strong capital, the piece of gold would create more value. Or it would be worth nothing. Jiang Chen shrugged. Oh. Wang Linhua pretended to act curious. The infusion of external capital would mean that the company might display the specifics of the operation to the new shareholder. My partner obviously has no intention to reveal itself to any country. Therefore they may terminate my partnership to seek other partners. Don't you think by that point, the move becomes pointless? Jiang Chen said nonchalantly. That's okay. Wang Linhua smiled at Jiang Chen, perhaps they would give up on future technology, but no reason to give up a 1.3 billion people market. If they truly exist, we'll treat their new partner better. At this point, Jiang Chen truly understood everything. The old guy was gambling, the type of gambling where he would not lose. Whether the foreign technology team is real or fake, it would only take a test to find out. If they actually existed, they would change to a different name, there was no need to worry about them leaving. As to if future technology would be abandoned or not, Wang Linhua didn't care at all. Unfortunately, Wang Zhiyong not speaking his mind that day reflected Wang Dihai's attitude. At least he permitted the situation. Since Wang Linhua belonged to the Wang family, if future technology became Wang family's asset, Wang family acquired another cash cow. So you are arranging this marriage for state capital? No, only arranging the marriage for the Wang family. Wang Linhua smiled. Of course. Oh. Jiang Chen sneered. I'll marry my daughter to you, then you will be the son-in-law of the Wang family. The dowry is 5 billion, the bride price, obviously is 50% of the future technology share. It was a great plan, disregarding the logic of standing at the high grounds for the country, and forcefully selling and buying. Is the dowry supposed to be an asset after marriage? Based on the 10 billion market cap 2 months ago, to acquire the future technology with monthly revenues of 1 billion, are they shameless? Or shameless? What is this? Political marriage? Jiang Chen mocked. You could interpret it that way. Therefore, Linhua Group can represent the government. Jiang Chen ridiculed. Although we can't represent, the Wang family has a certain amount of power. Also, Linhua Group is a state-owned enterprise. Therefore it means the same thing as state capital infusing into future technology, Wang Linhua said with a smile. What a shameless things to say. Could I interpret it that your action reflects the attitude of the Wang family? Pondering on Jiang Chen's question, Wang Linhua took another sip of the tea. You could interpret it that way. Since, rather than giving this juicy meat away to other people, it is better to put it in my own stomach. It is a straightforward analogy. You view my future technology as a piece of juicy meat already? Seeing Wang Linhua's confident expression, the tip of Jiang Chen's mouth curved up as he said emotionlessly. If you think you are so great, are you not afraid I will become a foreign company? Jiang Chen's words made Wang Linhua pause for a moment, his cunning eyes narrowed into a line. His eyes reflected those of a hunter observing its prey's sharp claw. Jiang Chen responded to the invasive sight by smiling fearlessly. He took a sip out of the teacup. His calmness made Wang Linhua uncertain. If Jiang Chen proactively gave out the shares, it would be the best-case scenario. 5 billion along with becoming the son-in-law of the Wang family in exchange for 50% of Future Technologies' share, in Wang Linhua's eyes, was not too harsh. Wang Linhua could not think through the reason for Jiang Chen's reaction. Without exaggerating, Future Technology was a piece of juicy meat. Not only the Wang family has spotted the meat, Zhou and Lu families, who had no less of a political influence, were also unsettled. But because the juicy meat lies in Wanghai City, and it was in the Wang family's territory, that's why they urged themselves. But followed by the increase in profitability of Future Technology, they could no longer sit around. Just like what he has said, rather than other people eating it, it was better to put it in his own stomach. Foreign corporation. Wang Linhua laughed. Do you think foreign capital is as cute as it looks? As an elder, I have to caution you, their manner is even worse. Especially since the primary business of Future Technology is still in the country. A bite by us, we can give you some compensation. A bite by foreign capitals, you may have to eat the leftovers with them. Although he was saying this confidently, Jiang Chen could still hear the hint of the fear in his voice. Hua connecting to the world meant that it is no longer excluded from the world that's led by UA capital as they carefully maintained the image of their international state capital. Using the policy to forcefully buy and sell could occur between state and private capital, but it could never occur between state capital and foreign capital. These major shareholders are able to hide from the public's eyes as they only exist in the financial information of each corporation. But in actuality, the QQ we use every day, the largest internet company in Hua with a market cap of 250 billion, Tencent, the major shareholder is not Ma Huateng, but South Africa MIH. As to the famous Alibaba, their major shareholder was not Jack Ma, but SoftBank. Regardless of the status of foreign affairs, foreign capitals are all thriving domestically without suffering any unfair treatment. For example, if the Rothschild family became a shareholder of Future Technology, even without becoming the top shareholder, Wang Linhua would definitely be afraid to make any moves. It was the reason why Wang Linhua felt nervous when he saw Carmen and Jiang Chen being so close. It was okay laying hands on private capital, it was like a father beating his son as it was the family business. But if a guest came, what kind of etiquette would be used to pull things from the guest's pocket? Although it was a situation that could not be helped, it was the sad truth. If Future Technology did get pushed away by him, not only would Wang Dihai not be too happy, Wang Linhua himself would get nothing out of it. The power within the structure is good against your own people, but not so effective against other people. I am only explaining a possibility, Jiang Chen said expressionlessly. Are you threatening me? Wang Linhua's voice began to turn cold. No, I am only responding to your threat. Threat? Wang Linhua laughed. Linhua Group's equity infusion would be absolutely beneficial for Future Technology, you are too ignorant of the situation. Just like Wang Linhua said, it was not bad for state capital to infuse into Future Technology. A lot of companies at the brink of bankruptcy do everything they can to infuse state capital. With state capital, although it meant some profit would be lost, the company would receive preferential treatment in all kinds of areas. Such as loans. No possibility of a loan not being approved. The bank would nod their head even at the risk of bad debt. Another example, policies. As long as they have the correct political stance, they would not receive repressions from the political side. But there was no way Jiang Chen could do this. Once state capital is infused, that means that he must reveal the specifics of the company's operations to the new, major shareholder. For example, the team that developed Future 1.0, the point of contact, as well as the cost breakdown of software development. How could this be revealed to other people? Jiang Chen doesn't have enough knowledge on political regulations to give his right hand to the government. It's not because of ignorance, it's just you are too greedy. With only 5 billion, you want 50% share of future technology with billions of monthly profit, why don't you go rob instead? Jiang Chen sneered as he stared straight into Wang Linhua's eyes. Rob? Without the Wang family looking after you, do you think future technology could grow smoothly to this point? Wang Linhua paused as he looked at Jiang Chen with more than one layer of meaning. Rothschild family is wealthy, I know you formed a partnership with them. But they are outsiders after all, even with money, their influence in Hua is limited. If you think they can help you out, then you will be disappointed. If you think selling your share would avoid trouble, I recommend you get rid of the idea. Future technology can escape from trouble, but you definitely won't be able to. The threatening intent was serious. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed. I don't know if you have considered this question before, but Future Technology is an internet company with only a few servers. I can start the company anywhere. In the country, or outside of the country. Then you mean? Wang Linhua's eyes narrowed. I retain my option to vote with my feet. With those words, the atmosphere in the room froze. After a while, Wang Linhua leaned against his chair, and slowly opened his mouth to break the silence. Young, impulsive, unwilling to compromise, I can understand. But, I recommend you to think carefully before you make a decision. Linhua Group's control of Future Technology is not only the Wang family's decision, but the people at the top also nodded their heads. Vote with your feet. You have to be able to leave. Jiang Chen laughed without saying anything. Funny, if I want to leave, who could stop me? Seeing that Jiang Chen didn't answer, Wang Linhua thought he was considering, he smiled, and didn't push him too hard. It is pretty late, let's call it a day. I hope you can choose a happy ending. After the Han New Year, Linhua Group will have its shareholder meeting, the official acquisition proposal will be handed to you by April. I trust that in 4 months' time, you can think this through. What if I reject? Future Technology's Han operation may experience some unpleasant surprises. Looks like Wang Linhua is firm on grabbing Future Technology in his hands. Oh. It looks like I have to consider this carefully then. Sneering in his mind, Jiang Chen stood up. He walked towards the door but suddenly stopped. Turning back around, he smiled. I hope you don't regret your decision today. Wang Linhua took a moment before he burst out laughing. Regret? Buddy, you have a big mouth. To make me regret, you are still too young. Is that so? Jiang Chen left Wang Linhua with a smile that held a deeper meaning, he didn't stay any longer as he pushed open the door. How did it go? Is it good news or bad news? Standing outside of the room, Wang Xinyan looked at Jiang Chen, who just came out of the door, with a smile. What do you think? Jiang Chen stopped and looked at her, half smiling. I think it didn't go too well. Wang Xinyan crossed her arms as she stood beside Jiang Chen. I don't understand, what's there to reject? Am I that despicable? What's there to reject? Jiang Chen laughed dubiously. You tell me, what's there to agree? Jiang Chen didn't respond to her plan of testing the water and left immediately. Looking at Jiang Chen walking away, Wang Xinyan's flashed an unusual light as a mischievous smile appeared on her face. Interesting. After coming out of the hotel, Jiang Chen walked to the garage. Just as he was about to go into his car, a stranger approached him. Seeing that Jiang Chen was walking over, a man in a brown trench coat waved at him and walked towards his direction. "You are?" Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. "Just a salesman." The man shrugged and smiled friendly. "I am not in the mood to buy anything." "No, trust me, you will be interested in my offer." The man coughed, and extended his right hand. "Zhang Yojie, I'm an employee of the UA consulate." Jiang Chen's eyes moved slightly as he shook his hand out of etiquette, then with a layer of meaning, he said, "Consulate worker? What do you have for an ordinary merchant like me?" "A Han name, should be a UA Han." "Ahem, Mr. Jiang is too humble. A normal merchant would not go save someone in Iraq, nor would he go step in the muddy water in Cain, he especially wouldn't train mercenaries in Niger." Zhang Yojie said in a low voice, then he coughed. "What a detailed investigation. Then your intention is?" Jiang Chen asked emotionlessly. "Please don't be mistaken, I am here with good intentions. Although you are unnaturally active internationally, your current actions aren't threatening the security of my country." Seeing the caution in Jiang Chen's eyes, Zhang Yojie rushed to explain. "Can I hear about this good intention of yours?" Jiang Chen smiled. "Have you considered switching to a different nationality? The Wall Street is a broad stage. For a talent like you, it is too pitiful if you waste your time on those greedy politicians." "Wall Street? I currently have no interest in Wall Street," Jiang Chen said nonchalantly. "Don't reject it yet." Zhang Yojie stopped Jiang Chen's words. He slipped a business card into his hand with a smile. "It is never bad to have a few extra options, right? The door to freedom is always open for people with talent, especially for a genius like you." Zhang Yojie bowed nobly before he turned around and left. Staring at Zhang Yojie's shadow, Jiang Chen played with the business card in his hand for as a dubious smile appeared on his face. Wall Street? Would the etiquette of the Wall Street capitalists be better? As long as they are politicians, they are the same everywhere. He stuffed the business card into his pocket as Jiang Chen sat into his Maybach. If Wang Linhua thought he could use the power within the system to force him to agree, then he is fated for disappointment. Future technology will never be a subsidiary of the Wang family. Jiang Chen never had the intention to compromise. After he got into the car, Jiang Chen didn't head home. Instead, he went to the rural area and parked in front of the Hongyi Private Club. Jiang Chen closed the door, entered the club, passed through the hall and walked straight to the reception desk. "Hello sir, what kind of service dash?" The receptionist smiled professionally as she greeted Jiang Chen. Those coming at this hour, needless to say, was here to spend the night. But Jiang Chen's first sentence caught her by surprise. "Call your manager, Zhou Zihao here," Jiang Chen said in a straightforward manner. The receptionist paused for a moment and looked at Jiang Chen in confusion. "Sir. Just say that someone called Jiang Chen is here." She looked skeptically at Jiang Chen, but she still picked up the phone and called the manager. "Hello. Manager Zhou. Someone named Jiang Chen wants to see you dash." "Oh, okay." When she hung up the phone, the way she looked at him changed from skepticism to respect. If the mention of this person's name in that one phone can get her manager to come down, this person is obvious not ordinary. In her impression, the only person that could do this was called Wang Zhiyong. Without waiting for long, Jiang Chen saw the squint eye coming down. "Huh, we meet again, brother Jiang." Zhou Zihao walked up to Jiang Chen with a smile. "How have you been?" The warmness made it seem like the unhappy ending that happened here last time didn't exist. "Not very good, so I came here to find you." Jiang Chen also smiled. "Find me? Uncle Wang wants you to be his son-in-law. Does brother Jiang want me to be the best man?" "You already know." Jiang Chen was slightly surprised. "I do have some connections here." Zhou Zihao shrugged. "Okay, let's not play riddles then. Partnership, are you interested?" Jiang Chen was direct. After a brief moment, an interested expression appeared on Zhou Ziheo's face. Partnership? Is future technology not satisfied with great influence that is the Wang family? Nothing to do with future technology. Jiang Chen said emotionlessly, a partnership between you and me. You want me to go against Uncle Wang, even though I don't have the reason — military artificial intelligence project. Zhou Ziheo's eyes immediately narrowed, although his eyes were not big to begin with. Jiang Chen clearly sensed that he was tempted. This is not the place to talk. Zhou Ziheo said in a low voice as he signaled to Jiang Chen to follow him into the second-floor room. Immediately after they sat down, Zhou Ziheo couldn't wait and asked. Can future technology really do it? The military artificial intelligence program? Smart drone control system. Jiang Chen sensed clearly that he was tempted by the offer, but he didn't immediately agree as a hint of caution came out of his eyes. How do you want me to help you? I heard you have a hobby of shooting adult videos. How many have you filmed? Jiang Chen's sight was dubious. Zhou Ziheo's eyes slightly moved, he obviously knew what Jiang Chen referred to. You want those videos? Exactly. Are you crazy? You think you could use those 147 political sex scandal video to take down Wang family? 147 of them. That is more than what I expected. I wasn't thinking about taking down the Wang family, what I need is necessary deterrence. Jiang Chen stared at Zhou Ziheo's squinted eyes. Zhou family is in Shangjing, and you are in Wanghai City. I suppose you don't really favor your own family. Smart drone control systems. If you give me the videos, the systems are yours. Future technology had to go, and this was Jiang Chen had decided a long time ago. But even if it's gone, there would still be a process involved. Moreover, even if it's gone, that didn't mean he would abandon the domestic market. It's just that selecting a small country was easier to control as a headquarter to facilitate the future development of future technology later on. However, he didn't expect that Wang family would no longer be able to sit still so quick. In order to control the artificial intelligence technology and to rope state-owned assets in, the organization's authority was employed to compel Jiang Chen to surrender his shares of future technology. Using the state-owned assets and Wang family joint ownership of Linhua Group to own a controlling number of shares in future technology, Wang Linhua's formulated a sound plan. When all was said and done, Jiang Chen's connection could not be considered extensive. Future technology's profits made people envious. Although the Wang family had kept him away from trouble, what if the Wang family became greedy too? Obviously, in the face of family interest, Wang Dihai naturally chose his own family and allowed Wang Linhua's behaviors. However, in regard to Wang Linhua's not-so-excessive conditions, Wang Dihai still gave it a thought. Although Jiang Chen had to give up his shares, they didn't make it too difficult for him. 5 billion renminbi along with the identity of son-in-law, Wang Dihai thought it was enough compensation. But Jiang Chen was not satisfied with this. So he went to look for Zhou Ziheo. Don't be mistaken, Jiang Chen never thought those videos would work, or that those videos would make Wang family compromise with him and stop their scheming against future technology. If he did release the scandal videos, it would force the two parties on completely opposite sides without any room for negotiation. Taking 1,000 steps back, even if the Wang family stopped, would it stop other greedy people from making move against him? A head-on conflict with the Wang family would mean that he would lose the protection of the top dogs, which would make it more difficult for future technology. Wang Linhua was convinced about this point. Thus, he directly confronted Jiang Chen and overtly plotted. I want your shares. Are you going to give it to me or not? After getting the videos from Zhou Ziheo, Jiang Chen carelessly threw it into the storage dimension. The trump card he was relying on was the UAV Smart Control System 1.0, which Zhou Ziheo had happily taken home and taken credit for. Although Zhou Ziheo submitted the project under his name, Would the bigwigs be dumb enough to think that it was Zhou Zihao who really developed it? With just a simple investigation, it was easy to deduce the last person Zhou Zihao made contact with before coming back to Shangjing. The people eyeing his interest was not the government, rather it was the Wang family. Would the government really care about such minuscule profit? The government was only interested in the artificial intelligence project in his possession and nothing more. Wang Linhua could persuade the largest shareholder of Linhua Group, SASAC, State-Owned Asset Supervision and Administration Commission, to acquire future technology. Without a doubt, he appealed to this type of reason, become the first shareholder that could transform future technology into a military tech company and use artificial intelligence in the military. Since the civil-level artificial intelligence could not whet the appetite of the higher-ups, then the military grade should do the trick. As long as the top dogs were satisfied with the contribution of future technology on the national defense and were persuaded that it would make more contributions in the hands of Jiang Chen, then the state's reason to control future technology would no longer exist. At the same time, the state could also provide certain policy protection to future technology. As for the Wang family, as long as Jiang Chen would be able to persuade the top dogs that future technology could only maximize its value in his hands, would he need to worry about the Wang family? Even if the Wang family was influential locally, their local sphere of influence was limited, so how could they oppose the will of the central authority? As for seeking connection with the Zhou family, it was only to avoid encroaching on the other party's vested interest. The video was nothing more than to divert Zhou Zihao's attention, so that he would think that Jiang Chen was only interested in his videos. As such, he was impatient to return and present the treasure. It has been a week since Jiang Chen made a deal with Zhou Zihao. Just like what Jiang Chen had expected, an unusual guest appeared in his mansion. It was a middle-aged man with a shaved head, lean, and sharp-looking figure. Despite possessing an ordinary face and a fading white sideburns, the shrewd aura emanating from him made Jiang Chen unable to ignore his presence. Standing behind him should be his bodyguard. His slightly burly figure made him look like a person with excellent combat ability, but Jiang Chen had seen too many of them, so he didn't give it much attention. Yi Guolong, Colonel. Yi Guolong sharply extended his hand and shook hands with Jiang Chen. He only stated his rank without going into the details of his exact position. It's actually a colonel. It's at least an officer rank, even at a deputy division level. While Jiang Chen was secretly astonished, he did not reveal too much emotion on his face. Jiang Chen, just an ordinary businessman. Come inside, if you please. Jiang Chen smiled and invited Yi Guolong into the living area. Sitting on the sofa, Yi Guolong looked around the living room and spoke, "Has Mr. Jiang been expecting my arrival?" "Oh. Why do you think so?" Sitting across from him, Jiang Chen asked while smiling. "You even have the tea already prepared." Yi Guolong smiled and took a sip of tea. "It's still hot. When an important guest is visiting, I can't be too shabby, can I?" After some casual small talk, Yi Guolong put on a severe face as he headed to the critical topic. "Mr. Jiang, I'll be straightforward with you. Did you create the UAV Smart Control System 1.0? Seeing Yi Guolong's seriousness, Jiang Chen turned solemn as well and put down his tea. "That's right." Since he already asked, it was apparent that already know everything through an investigation, so it would be not sincere to run around in circles. "When did you start developing this system? Other than Zhou Zihao, how many people have seen the source code? Is Colonel Yi interrogating me?" Jiang Chen didn't answer and retorted. Hearing that, Yi Guolong paused for a brief moment before he slightly frowned. "This is a state secret, so please cooperate, Mr. Jiang. Someone seems to have submitted my work as military technology, so my work became a state secret. Could I interpret it this way, Colonel Yi?" With that, Yi Guolong could not help but feel embarrassed. This software was indeed submitted by the Zhou family, but according to their investigation, the software was developed by Jiang Chen. It was precisely the reason why they went to look for Jiang Chen. It was so they could ensure the safety of the software. Even with the software, they were hesitant in using it. Since it pertained to national security, there was no room for error. For Mr. Jiang's contribution, we'll offer a fair amount of compensation. I hope Jiang Chen can consider what's important for the bigger picture. With that, Yi Guolong could no longer maintain a stern face and stated awkwardly. Seeing Yi Guolong's expression, Jiang Chen smiled and stopped giving him a harder time. The software started its development phase around 3 months ago before Zhou Zihao acquired the software from me, so only the development team overseas and I had seen the code. But I have to warn you, version 1.0 is only half completed. Half completed? Yi Guolong furrowed his brows. Exactly, though it looks fine now, there are a lot of security risks in the system. These problems could have been solved in the subsequent updates, but unfortunately, future technology encountered some small problems. To tell you the truth, I gave the software to Zhou Zihao because of the threat I received from a not-to-be-underestimated person. This led us to rush out to release this semi-finished product in exchange for Zhou's policy protection, Jiang Chen responded. Do you know the consequences of messing with us with a half-completed product? Ignoring his last statement, Yi Guolong asked dubiously. Was the software created by future technology? Jiang Chen feigned astonishment. Yi Guolong was speechless again. In fact, the software was not submitted under future technology's name. Even if something did occur, it was the Zhou family's problem, it had nothing to do with future technology. Yi Guolong couldn't resist the urge to curse at the dumbass Zhou in his mind, who didn't realize that the software was half completed. But the Zhou family was not to be blamed. Though the system was half completed, it was definitely still usable. Only through a series of experiments would the flaw be exposed. One could say that they were too impatient. After a brief moment of silence, he slowly opened his mouth. How long will it take to complete it? A month would do. Hearing Yi Guolong ask this question, he knew the incident was about to be resolved. What kind of small problems did you encounter? Yi Guolong asked impassively. This is the recorded message between the president of Linhua Group, Wang Linhua, and me. Jiang Chen put a USB on the table. Frowning, Yi Guolong picked up the USB. I will report the problem for you to the higher-ups. Technicians should better stay away from politics. I do too, but someone always wants to use politics against me, Jiang Chen shrugged and stated in a helpless voice. After thinking for a moment, Yi Guolong said, the UAV Smart Control System 1.0's maintenance will be contracted by Zhongxin High-Tech to Future Technology. Zhongxin High-Tech was the Zhou family's corporation responsible for the design of drones, a leading corporation participating in the military artificial intelligence project. It would be impossible to obtain the patent rights of the UAV Smart Control System 1.0 since he already gave the software to the Zhou family. Thus, it belonged to them now. But Jiang Chen didn't mind because compared to the profit of Future 1.0, the profit from this military artificial intelligence project was negligible. He viewed the skin of military tech company with utmost importance. With this, it was tantamount to the protection from the central authority. Wang Linhua must weigh it carefully before using the power of the system. A careless mistake could be regarded as treason. After all, plotting against a military tech corporation was different than an ordinary company. So wouldn't future technology be considered as a military tech corporation? Jiang Chen smiled. That's right. Yi Guolong nodded, stood up, and extended his right hand again. As for the specifics of the agreement, Zhongxin High-Tech's representative will be here tomorrow to discuss it with you. I hope you will have great, outstanding contributions to the national security. Of course. Jiang Chen shook Yi Guolong's hands, smiling. Chapter 234 Each Party's Response. Little Zhang, you drive. Okay. The young man who stood behind Yi Guolong sat in the driver's seat without a word and started the car. Yi Guolong sat in the car, he played with the USB in his hands, cracked a smile and stuffed it in his pocket. The old guys at the Zhou and Wang family are embarrassing. F***ck, don't let the technical people be in politics. This is bullsh**t, Yi Guolong cursed before he lit a cigarette for himself. To be honest, he felt sympathy for people like Jiang Chen. When he was young, he also experienced something similar. It was his hard work, but people pointed things out on the side. In the end, when the results came out, his name had to go behind theirs. The good thing was that his technicals were strong. People without ability could no longer climb above a certain point, but he ended up prevailing to the top. He was at the subdivision level, with colonel rank. In a few years, it won't be difficult to enter the division level. Because of his experiences in the past, the people he despised the most were people that wanted to steal the work of others. In his perspective, the technical people should stay away from politics and diligently focus on the technicals. Or how else could the strategy of the country to promote technology be achieved? But it was only wishful thinking. With technology becoming more and more political, even he had to play by the rules of the game. He had seen Future 1.0. The human-computer interaction achieved to such a high level of complexity. He still remembered how amazed he was at the intricate design of the system. What shocked him more was that an expert like him could not figure the fundamental principle of the software out. This made him amazed at the ingenious of the younger generation. Seeing today, the rumored chief engineer, Jiang Chen, was a stellar young man. But unfortunately, even a stellar individual like him still must face the treacherous acts of people with ill thoughts. Although the Smart Drone Control System 1.0 could no longer be categorized under future technology's name, even future technology has to be contracted to update and develop the later phase of the Smart Drone Control System. Yi Guolong already made up his mind. Within the permissible boundary, he would fight for Jiang Chen's interest as part of the compensation. You are right, Colonel Yi. Zhang Wei drove the car and laughed. Because of his identity, he could not comment more on the topic. Yi Guolong, knowing that, didn't discuss the topic further with him. Go back to the hotel. We will go back to Shangjing, we have a lot of things to work on once we go back, Yi Guolong said nonchalantly, as he opened the car window to dust his cigarette. Okay. Yi Guolong let the cold air inside the car as he abruptly said. Speaking of this, little Zhang. Zhang Wei smiled. As someone of your age, what do you think of Jiang Chen as a person? Zhang Wei hesitated for a moment. In what area? Anything, we are only chatting. Yi Guolong cracked a smile. Very rich. Zhang Wei chuckled. No **t, I don't need you to say that. I don't know if it is my illusion or not, but I think he has great combat ability. Zhang Wei had a stern expression. Great combat ability? Compared to you? Yi Guolong asked curiously. Of course I am a bit better since I did spend so many years at the border, Zhang Wei touched his nose and said. Yi Guolong laughed as he didn't say more. A soldier's combat ability compared with a technical person's? It was not embarrassing at all. But what Yi Guolong didn't know was, Zhang Wei was not completely truthful. Since it was his superior, how could he say he was weak compared to someone else? They were only chatting and would not actually fight. But he had suspected that his illusion was wrong. The instinct from the battlefield actually told him, if he met the person on the battlefield, he had no odds of winning at all. Wanhai City UA Consulate. Smith sat at his table, with his legs crossed. He was drinking his afternoon tea while killing time reading the newspaper. As the person responsible for the consulate, if there were no foreign affair duties or a citizen causing trouble, he spent most of the time relaxing. He enjoyed the feeling of no reporters checking in to see if he had wasted taxpayers' money or not. He could relaxingly enjoy the afternoon during work. If the air were a bit better here, it would be perfect. But of course, he knew not everything could be perfect. Then, the sound of the door being pushed open signaled the end to his relaxing afternoon. "Mr. Smith. I think this is the second time I have seen you drinking tea in the afternoon," a yellow-skinned young man said in a ridiculing tone as he walked in with speedy steps, grabbed a chair without care and sat in front of Smith's table. If Jiang Chen were here, he would be shocked to find out that the Han young man was precisely Zhang Yojie, the one that described himself as a consulate worker and tried to lure him to immigrate. "Ahem, is CIB that bored that you are doing the job of the inspectors?" Although complaining, Smith still stuffed the newspaper in his hands into the drawer and folded his hand together. "Speak your mind, what kind of trouble did you cause?" Zhang Yojie was not a consulate worker at all. Although his name is on the list, he is actually a CIB agent. This secret, only Smith as the consul general knows about. "No trouble. I just got an interesting piece of information from our insider." Zhang Yojie took out his phone and slid it across the table. Smith glanced at the tightly shut door before he looked at the picture on the screen. "Jiang Chen. I heard of this person before. The president of Future Technology. Wall Street seems to think highly of this person, stating he is the second Steve Jobs. Everyone knows him, especially the consul general who spends time reading the newspaper during work." Zhang Yojie had no considerations for Smith as he glanced at the guy displeasingly. Smith sniffed his nose and ignored his ridicule. "Therefore, is there a problem with this guy? Our intel had always suggested that Future Technology's artificial intelligence's value was not as high as we had imagined. Since Future 1.0's basic principle was logical answering, as opposed to say they are advanced in software design, it would be fairer to say they have a strong understanding of human psychology. Although the encryption on the database is shocking, it is not advanced to the point worth our effort. Therefore, Smith didn't look like he was too interested. The situation has changed. Future Technology has demonstrated value worth your effort now, am I right? That's right. Zhang Yojie smiled mysteriously and lowered his voice. Based on insider information, the smart drone control system designed by Zhongxin High-Tech is actually from the president and chief developer of Future Technology, Jiang Chen. This is surprising information. Smith turned more serious, he leaned against the chair and muttered to himself. Based on the source's analysis, this smart control system will be used on Dragon 2 high-altitude unmanned reconnaissance aircraft. It could be used to guide the DF-21D anti-ship ballistic missile. Because of the barrier in design, the Dragon 2's control system has been delayed and expected to be completed by May of next year. But because of this goddamn Future Technology, our little friends in the South Hua Sea are too nervous to sleep now, Zhang Yojie cursed out. It's only software, is it worth being so dramatic about? Zhang Yojie glanced at Smith. Based on the information as well as the analysis conducted by the Pentagon, this artificial intelligence could allow Dragon 2's hardware utilization efficiency to increase by 10% more than expected. Do you know what this means? I don't know, but I feel CIB doesn't seem to dislike Future Technology. Smith shrugged. Of course, because the possibility of a partnership remains. Oh. Smith looked curiously at Zhang Yojie. Partnership? That's right, based on my research, Future Technology had a conflict with Linhua Technology, but Linhua Technology has connections to the political scene. Therefore, Future Technology received a hindrance to its growth. To alleviate the pressure from the connection, he had to submit this software to Zhongxin High-Tech to gain protection. Zhang Yojie had a dubious smile on his face. We can use this point to convince him. The ticket to the free world, the support from the capitals, there is no way he would not be tempted. These goddamn connections. God, this word is hard to pronounce, but I like it. Smith began to chuckle. So I need your help. Zhang Yojie leaned against the chair, fingers crossed. Of course, at your service. But what if he is not interested anymore? Make accidents happen to him, and also give a warning to the team behind him. After sending Yi Guolong away, Jiang Chen returned to his mansion. Because she didn't like strangers, when guests came, Aisha went to her bedroom. When she saw that the guests had left, she came downstairs. Seeing Jiang Chen's delighted smile, Aisha also felt happy for him and tilted her head. Did something good happen? Somewhat, but there is definitely going to be more troubles than before. Jiang Chen smiled as he rubbed Aisha's head. Is it troubles I could help with? Aisha put her hand over his as she asked softly. I need to give you a gun, not a sniper. Could the Type 11 tactical pistol work? Anything is fine, I have practiced hundreds of times in the virtual reality chamber. Inside her blue pupils radiated warmth. Jiang Chen rubbed Aisha's head again, got up, and narrowed his eyes while looking at the bright sunshine outside. He muttered to himself. This is troublesome. Do I have to be careful even when I'm just on the streets? Then. You brought out a more advanced technology and submitted it to the superior of the person that threatened you? Sun Jiao lied on the beach chair. Her red lips bit the straw, and she said sluggishly. Although your understanding is a bit weird, it is not wrong. Jiang Chen shrugged. Ancient people are so troublesome, if there is a problem, solve it with nukes. Lin Lin bit on the plastic spoon and said without consideration. She spoke before the words processed through her brain, so Jiang Chen selectively ignored it. Nukes. It is better not to use it. Since the scenery on that side is so beautiful. On top of the chair, dangling her pale and thin legs, Yao Yao tilted her head. Right now, the four were relaxingly sunbathing. Wait, how could they be sunbathing in the apocalypse? Especially in the winter time when the average temperature is below 10 degrees Celsius. They had to thank Lin Lin. After Lin Lin heard about the magic known as sunbathing, she longed for the ancient culture and immediately began to work in the backyard of the mansion. She first took over the private pool used to store gold, then begged Sun Jiao to order the base's construction team to use polyethylene insulated wall to tightly surround the pool and add air filter vent. Then, she covered the swimming pool with sand. Immediately, she then used multiple artificial UV light devices to replicate natural light. She installed it on the ceiling and simulated the sun's position based on the time and angle of the light. Finally, she lavishly used hologram projection devices and flawlessly replicated a beach environment. Other than not being able to sleep in the water and no saline sea wind, there wasn't any big differences to the real thing. Although Jiang Chen mocked her for all her effort as it would be simpler to use virtual reality to experience the joy. But Lin Lin argued, the virtual world and real world are two completely unconnected things. This is the necessary experiment to research traveling through dimensions, to negate his mockery. All in all, after her work, the sunbathing experience was completed. The room temperature was adjusted to 30 Celsius, even in the cold wasteland winter, they could enjoy the warmth of the summer beach. Woo, I do agree with Lin Lin's proposal. Sun Jiao sipped on the cold Coke as she pouted. Seeing that someone agreed with her perspective, Lin Lin immediately proudly raised her head. The civil society has civil society's rules, how could one just pull out nukes randomly? Jiang Chen facepalmed. Civilized people are so problematic, Sun Jiao muttered. Therefore, things on the other side are not easy, Jiang Chen said helplessly while grabbing a beer from the ice-filled box and taking a big gulp. The cold beer sliding down his throat was a thrilling feel. He burped and lied relaxingly on the chair, enjoying the rare moment of peace. The reason why he appeared here was purely because he had a little bit of free time in his busy schedule. Then he was dragged here by Sun Jiao and Yao Yao to sunbath. At first, he was not really interested, because this artificial sunbathing experience didn't look too fun. But he quickly changed his mind. Of course, the bikini is core to the beach. The bikini formed with delicate white laces and transparent clothes covered most of the skin but had an intricate and cute vibe to it. Without guessing, it obviously belonged to Yao Yao. With black lace as the main structure, the bikini that only barely covered the essential parts with seduction and sexiness naturally belonged to Miss Sun Jiao. As to Lin Lin, her almost blinding white skin made people particularly jealous. The digitalized metabolic function meant that she didn't even need sunscreen to carelessly enjoy the sun. Because it was too boring just to lie there quietly, Jiang Chen began to tell them about the things that happened on the other side. But this type of outdated technology, is it really okay? Yao Yao quietly said. Although it was Jiang Chen's special request, for her to create the flawed, smart drone control system, it still made the benevolent Yao Yao feel guilty. It is already really advanced. If it is more advanced, then there would be new problems. Jiang Chen rubbed Yao Yao's head and smiled. Technology from 2020. It would be considered extremely outdated to today's standard. Even the programming language was the most primal, but it was advanced to the modern world. If you can't use nukes, what about power armors? Lin Lin continued to propose bad ideas as if the world is not chaotic enough. A technology discrepancy of 150 years, a power armor alone would destroy that Linhua group, right? And there wouldn't be any nuclear radiation. Jiang Chen facepalmed, why is communication so difficult? Although he would definitely bring out the power armor, absolutely not now. But wouldn't be too long until that happens. Linhua Group is not a military organization, how should I say this? All in all, they are just a normal company. You have spent too long in virtual reality, how would you not know what a company is? I didn't leave the hospital in virtual reality, Lin Lin murmured in a small voice. Is there no military? Sun Jiao bit the straw as she said with authority. That's even easier, I can wipe them all out by myself. Then, she picked up another can of Coke. She was on her fifth one. Sun Jiao seemed to be particularly fond of Coke. Why are they so violent? Yao Yao is more gentle. But hearing their words, Jiang Chen's heart felt warm. Although they had no understanding of the other world, they still warm-heartedly gave him ideas, caring for him. How's your research going? Lin Lin. Jiang Chen asked nonchalantly. He referred to carrying live beings through the interdimensional space. Lin Lin pouted her mouth in remorse and shook her head. Are you stuck? Don't worry, take it slow, Jiang Chen comforted her. With research, there is no use in rushing, although he wants to see results earlier too. Then what do you plan to do? Although I don't know civilized people's way of doing things, if you bring out the technology today, maybe tomorrow they will discuss with you the possibility of other technology, Sun Jiao said. There is no need, I only need some time, Jiang Chen shook his head, I'll leave by March at the latest. Once spring starts, the required food for the 6th Street trade will be gathered overseas. The software will be my departing gift since that place is my home country. Military tech is not military purchase, there was no room to collaborate with an external force. Since the research team is supposed to be overseas. Jiang Chen only stated he was only the representative for that research team in Hua. Once the complete version has been passed on to Zhongxin High Tech, the subsequent update would not easily be given to future technology. Once they have the source code, Zhongxin High Tech would likely improve on the completed version then create a final version. The subsequent update would be completed by them without much trouble. Within this month, his ability to leave the country would likely be restricted, but it would not be so problematic once he passed on the software. Since Jiang Chen was not the developer, he was only a representative. If the research team is not in the country, it would be futile even if they controlled him. In the next month, he would only have to prove he is a representative. For example, travel around. Or head home. As long he pretended to be not writing the code, the assumption of the research team being factitious would no longer stand. Controlling a representative would not bring any material benefits. It would be similar to the control of an embassy not being able to force the other country to give grounds in foreign affairs. By that time, even if he really wanted to go, there wouldn't be any difficulties. Perhaps someone would try to convince him to stay, but it would be impossible to force him to stay. At least there wouldn't be a fool like Wang Linhua, gambling on if Jiang Chen was the only developer. What are you going to do with Linhua Group? Sun Jiao asked. I said I will make him regret. Jiang Chen's smile was evil. Looking at Jiang Chen's expression, Sun Jiao smiled and didn't say more. At this time, the tablet on the table began to flash. Your phone. Lin Lin used the plastic spoon for the pudding to point at the tablet on the table. Jiang Chen grabbed the tablet as he pressed the pickup button. The image was first blurry before it quickly stabilized. Aisha appeared on the other side of the screen. When Jiang Chen left, he gave his EP to her and told her to contact him if anything happened. Did anything happen? Your phone just rang, it was Wang Dihai. Aha, I see, I'll head back immediately. Then, he hung up. Is that your woman on the other side? Sun Jiao was thinking about something as her gaze became mischievous. Your taste is quite good. Are you jealous? Jiang Chen joked. How is that possible? Sun Jiao looked at him with charm. Are her boobs bigger than mine? Bigger doesn't always mean better. Even if it is a bit smaller, it can still be delicious. Yao Yao used a small voice to argue. I agree. Lin Lin raised her hands, but then she smirked at Yao Yao without any good intention, but for Yao Yao, there is nothing at all. QQ. When he returned to the modern world, Jiang Chen returned the call. During the conversation, Wang Dihai didn't mention what happened in the past few weeks at all and ceremonially praised future technology's outstanding achievement. Of course, he didn't mention the specific contribution, since name-wise, the smart drone control system was the Zhou family's work. Then he briefly asked Jiang Chen to come to the municipal government when he has time before he hung up. He took the EP back from Aisha. Are you going to go out? Seeing that Jiang Chen changed, Aisha said gently. Aha. Jiang Chen nodded, then smiled. I need to go to the municipal government. The old fox Wang Dihai wants to see me, so it's better for me to go soon. Do you need me to accompany you? Drive for me. Jiang Chen rubbed Aisha's head. Aha. Aisha obediently nodded. Let me go change. Then, she turned around to go back to her room. She changed into a black trench coat and tied her brown hair back into a ponytail. On top her high nose bridge was a pair of shades. She certainly did look like a cold and merciless bodyguard. Although she always acted like a newlywed wife. The two went into the garage and got into the car. Aisha started the car, and Jiang Chen put on the seatbelt. When the car drove out of the community, Jiang Chen scanned out the tainted window. Is there something wrong? Nothing, maybe just my illusion. Jiang Chen muttered before he leaned back in the chair. For a moment, he felt someone was watching him. When they arrived at the municipal government building, Jiang Chen got out of the car, and Aisha stayed behind. A smart-looking, middle-aged man stood at the door waiting. When he saw Jiang Chen, he walked straight towards him. Hello, Mr. Jiang. Hello. And you are? Wu Bo, Secretary Wang's assistant. Wu Bo extended his hand and shook with Jiang Chen. Then with a courteous gesture, he said, Please follow me. The two didn't speak along the way. When he took Jiang Chen to Wang Dihai's office, Wu Bo left. Pushing the door open, Jiang Chen once again saw the aged but still dogmatic-looking face. Please take a seat. Seeing Jiang Chen, Wang Dihai smiled and gestured for him to sit. Jiang Chen nodded and sat on the sofa before he too looked at Wang Dihai with a smile. It's been a while, is Uncle Wang's health doing well? Very well. With the pen thrown into the pen holder, Wang Dihai looked deeply at Jiang Chen, then he said, Little Jiang, you have been hiding quite well. Jiang Chen obviously knew what he referred to. Wang Dihai wouldn't know that the Smart Drone Control System 1.0 actually was created by Yao Yao not long after the meeting with Zhou Zihao. It only took 2 days to exchange the video with Zhou Zihao. It didn't take 3 months of development time. Not hid well, just preparing for the worst, Jiang Chen said humbly. But this humble attitude didn't please Wang Dihai. Wang Dihai sniffed, laughed, and looked at Jiang Chen with eyes full of another meaning. I remember that you told me 2 months ago, future technology's artificial intelligence has no value in the military. Future 1.0 don't possess any military value, but the smart drone control system does, Jiang Chen replied expressionlessly. The Smart Drone Control System 1.0 was created by future technology, everyone knew this secret. After a pause, Wang Dihai slowly said, Linhua Group's shareholder meeting is cancelled. What this sentence means was Linhua Group's equity infusion of future technology has died in its infancy. Disregarding the promise given by Yi Guolong, SASAC would not vote in favor of this proposition. When the people on the top specifically said to take care of future technology, how could Wang Dihai use the power of policy to help Wang Linhua? Without Wang Dihai's support, the flawlessly operated future technology was left with weaknesses for Wang Linhua to take advantage of. A wise decision because future technology never had the intention to sell shares. Jiang Chen smiled. Why are you not satisfied with Linhua Group's proposal? Wang Dihai asked emotionlessly. The 100 millions of monthly tax revenue for the local government is too little. Your life is not worth it. Jiang Chen laughed and asked rhetorically. Even with more tax it was still the government's money, it would only be Wang Dihai's political achievement, but Wang Dihai already has that in his book. If he could cut a piece of the cake from future technology, it would fit the Wang family's interest more. But since Jiang Chen did save his life, and practically helped the Wang family, it was not right for him to do this. Especially due to the last sentence, Wang Dihai was ashamed. The other person saved his life, but when Wang Linhua proposed to use Linhua Group to acquire future technology, he didn't stop him, but rather he permitted by acquiescence. Knowing he was in the wrong, Wang Dihai's face turned red and shifted his gaze away from Jiang Chen. Wang Linhua was at fault in this event. I have talked to him already. But since the unpleasant event didn't happen, could Mr. Jiang let this go? Wang Dihai asked slowly. Let it go. You are trying to get out of this. There is plenty of opportunities in the future to teach you a lesson. Wang Dihai nodded as he picked up a document from the table. He lightly coughed before he started reading. For future technology's outstanding contribution to national security in the high-tech industry, on behalf of the Wanghai City government, I am honored to praise. Jiang Chen quietly waited for him to read through the Bulsh *T before he accepted the certificate. So that's all for today. That's right. Wang Dihai nodded. Then I'll go back. Jiang Chen smiled and picked the pile of documents before leaving for the door. Wait. Wang Dihai abruptly stopped Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen stopped and turned around. The thing you got from Zhou Zihao. Is it that? Wang Dihai asked in an undertone. I don't know what you are talking about. Jiang Chen shrugged as he smiled at Wang Dihai. The two silently gazed at each other. How do you plan to use that thing? Don't worry, I will never use that thing. Pausing, Jiang Chen then continued, of course, on the basis that the Wang family remains restrained. Then, Jiang Chen disregarded the gloom on Wang Dihai's face and left his office. But what Wang Dihai didn't see was, the instant he turned around, a contemptuous smile appeared Jiang Chen's face before it vanished. Linhua Group. The sentence, I hope you don't regret this, is not merely a joke. Chapter 237 Will you kindly step into the jar? Inside Linhua building. Wang Linhua sat in front of the office table with a gloomy look on his face. The meat that was almost in his hands somehow slipped away and he couldn't do anything about it. His mood was obviously not too pleasant because Jiang Chen suddenly introduced the Smart Drone Control System 1.0, which completely disrupted his plans. The domestic real estate on the market was contracting due to the high price, but no market became apparent by the day. Linhua Group during 2008 was indeed very profitable, but it was going downhill. With the population aging and the growth of excessive housing, the downhill trend to the real estate market was almost irreversible. Even with the introduction of policies such as decreased interest rate, the second child, it was still too difficult to reverse the inevitable trend of the downfall to the real estate market. Just like the previous glorious, but now doomed coal industry, the real estate market will have to accept its inevitable fate. This point could be demonstrated by the shaky results on the financial report of Linhua Group. While still in the positive, but their margin was getting narrower. Wang Linhua, who could foresee the end to this industry, obviously was not going to wait for his own death. There were only two choices in front of Linhua Group. One, to expand to the international market, two, to shift into a different industry. It was challenging to expand into the international market, for simple reasons. Due to the identity of the largest shareholder of Linhua Group. While this skin worked well domestically, it didn't fare too well internationally. The current status quo is, to slice a share of the cake in the international market, then they would have to use the money to do so. Although Linhua Group had money, they were not like CNPC, who could not care about losses and depend on government for subsidization. This route could work, but at too high of a cost. Especially because the international market was not within the territory of the Wang family, this increased too many variables for investment. The people back home didn't dare to trick you, but it would a different case outside. Once on the international stage, they may not withstand the test of capital. As a careful consideration, Wang Linhua didn't use the first option. On the second hand, it was easier to shift to a different industry. Just like the mine owners that sold the unprofitable mines, some invested in sports, some in movies, even some entered the real estate market to eat the leftovers. While Linhua Group was prepared to enter the entertainment industry. But at this time, future technology's rapid growth gave Wang Linhua a tempting idea. One software, a few servers, 30-something programmers and sales would do. Once the software received recognition by the market, cash would be flying in. Although Wang Linhua was lusting for future technology's profit, he consciously knew that tech was an industry where risk and reward both existed. Even Buffet didn't dare to invest in it, which meant that the risk and reward were not proportional. Therefore, he had some scandalous ideas. High risk, it only referred to the tech company that hasn't managed to secure a stable source of revenue generation. For future technology that already has done so, there was no risk. As long as he controlled future technology, and used this as the point to enter the tech industry, Linhua Group would smoothly complete its transition. Future technology's operating condition was smooth, had stable cash flow. The capitalists at Wall Street with bundles of cash could not exchange away Jiang Chen's share. But for Wang Linhua it was not a big deal. In this country, having money meant nothing, or there wouldn't be so many people with money leaving. But Jiang Chen didn't manage to leave yet. Future Technology's primary operation was in the country. Before it could even enter the world stage, it was the perfect opportunity to make his move. As long as he controlled Future Technology, he could enjoy the current profits and lead Future Technology to expand into the military tech field. Military artificial intelligence happened to be the strategic focus of the national defense now. It would not only increase the Wang family's stake politically, but it could also allow the core asset of the Wang family smoothly transition through the downward trend in the real estate market. Two birds with one stone. Because of this, Wang Dihai would permit his action. But unfortunately, his plan fell through. Wang Linhua rubbed his sore temple and picked up a document on the table. He forced himself to focus on the work at hand and not think about those bothersome things. But then, there was a knock at the door. With a frown, Wang Linhua cleared his throat. Please come in. His secretary walked in with a pile of documents in his hands. What good thing just happened? You are so happy. Seeing the smile on the secretary's face, Wang Linhua's eyebrows jumped as he said emotionlessly. President Wang, the company just received a big project. Calming his excitement, his secretary Jiang Chen spoke with a trembling voice. How big of a project? Wang Linhua slanted his mouth as he leaned against the chair. Big project? The number of buildings yet to be sold are almost rotting in Linhua Group's hands. Knowing that it was hard to sell houses and that the stock market seemed to be rising again, who would save the housing market now? It's a project overseas. With initial estimates totaling over 10 billion USD. Hearing this, Wang Linhua's eyes widened as he immediately sat up. What did you say? An overseas project? How much? 10 billion USD. He stood up from his chair, circled the table, and ripped the documents from the secretary's hand as he looked emotionally at the documents in hand. Panu Island's 680 square kilometers tourism, commercial as well as basic infrastructure agreement. Johnny International. Wang Linhua was more and more excited as he read through the document, but when he saw the company name, he paused for a moment. He never saw this name before. They have passed through the credit check for the first phase of construction fee. It is rumored that the party behind them is a South African gold company. They have 2 mines that could be used as collateral for the loan, so it should be fairly trustworthy. Jiang Chen saw the skepticism on Wang Linhua's face as he rushed to explain. He had heard about Panu Islands before, a small country with relatively rich tourism resources but lacked infrastructure development. The foreign relation of Panu and Hua was just stable, although they have a consulate in Wanghai City, they still rented an apartment in Shangjing as an embassy. Because they didn't have the money to build the basic infrastructure, they naturally could not attract investments. But if capitals were willing to heavily invest in the island country on the Pacific, everything would be different. Based on this proposal's content, the project would be divided into 4 phases. After the completion of the first phase, Johnny International would pay the first phase of 2 billion USD in agreement, then the remaining 8 billion would be paid at the end of the construction. As to the guarantee fee of 2 billion, it would be paid using the land near the construction zone of 110 square kilometers, a 70 square kilometers adjacent island as well as cash. Paying with land pleased Wang Linhua perfectly. Without exaggeration, once the 10 billion USD infrastructure is completed, the land sold to him at a discount would more than double in price. As to whether the land would be developed by themselves, or sold to other people, it would be profit regardless. Wang Linhua's hands trembled. Even if he had seen the ups and downs in life, a $10 billion contract was a first. This contract, for the Linhua Group in the stagnant domestic market, was an opportunity. He didn't get overblown by the amazing deal. Inhaling a few times to calm his breath, Wang Linhua told his secretary in an undertone. Panu Island's political environment, Johnny International's background, I need you to give me a detailed report in 2 days. Do your job and your bonus doubles. There was too much unknown in the international market. Without a detailed investigation, a wrong investment could send the company crashing. Even if the proposal was attractive, Wang Linhua didn't let his guard down because of this. But when he saw the 2 gold mines as collateral in the appendix of the proposal, as well as the asset verification from the UA side, he began to feel floaty. Yes. Hearing his bonus could double, Jiang Chen was ecstatic and immediately left the office. Seeing that Jiang Chen closed the door, Wang Linhua threw the folded documents on the table, the gloom on his face vanished. This is God helping me. How did that saying go? Misfortune may actually be a blessing. Wang Linhua almost wanted to shout to the sky to unleash his thrilled emotion. Although he lost the opportunity to control future technology, there was a major breakthrough in the international market. After taking a few more deep breaths, Wang Linhua grabbed his phone and called the person responsible for managing the Wang family asset. Once the 10 billion USD deal is revealed, Linhua Group's market capitalization would without a doubt double. Because of his pessimism towards the real estate market, he used the bull market before to decrease Linhua Group's holding. But now, he must increase his holding again through the secondary market. He must do this before the details are revealed so that he can increase the holding of the Wang family in Linhua Group and maximize their gains. Wang Linhua excitedly licked his lips before he sat back in his chair. He picked up the phone, called the manager of each department as he planned for a brief meeting. They must win this contract. But not even in his dreams could he imagine Jiang Chen had dug a giant hole for him, waiting for him, the Wang family, to jump inside. 1. Will you kindly step into the jar? Try what you have devised against others. I already called that Irish guy, that bastard must have started already. Hee, you are such a bad person. Linhua Group would cry in a few months. Robert cussed in jest. I just want the greedy people to pay for their sin, Jiang Chen shrugged and said nonchalantly. The Wang clan would never imagine that Johnny International was just a puppet established by Jiang Chen through Robert. Once he subverted the current government of Panu Islands, that Johnny International would declare bankruptcy, and the contract between Wang Linhua and Johnny International would become nothing but a piece of paper. This $10 billion project would leave the Wang family in ruins. So when do you plan to leave? Robert asked. I may have to delay until January. I'm afraid I can only stay in the country this month, Jiang Chen uttered helplessly. Restraining order. I understand, Robert smirked. When he came back to the UA from Iraq, he was put on a restraining order by FBA until he was able to close the shell company in Saudi and dispose of the tanker that was used to transport crude oil. It was only then that his name was finally removed from the blacklists of major airline companies. Only a month. It would get better after this month. How's training at the base? Jiang Chen asked, yawning. Already done. According to Ivan's report, these rookies are now resembling a real soldier. Jiang Chen nodded. Once the training was completed, they could proceed to the next plan. What about that Irish guy? Superb acting. He played the antagonist role to the extreme, Robert reported passionately. Other than the politicians he bribed, not one person on the Panu Islands doesn't hate that guy. Then according to the script, the savior should be there soon. The corner of Jiang Chen's lips curved. That's right, so you have to be faster. Jiang Chen hung up the phone, stretched, put the satellite phone in his pocket, and leaned against the chair. This month would be relaxing, however, starting tomorrow, he would no longer be able to stay home. Only by wandering outside and allowing those skeptics to see for themselves that the program was truly not his creation would he could be considered safe. This was very easy as long as those people testified that he hadn't touched the computer at this period of time, and he wouldn't have the time to commit the crime. Then he would suddenly come up with a finished product a month later, those skeptics would naturally be discredited. Just as Jiang Chen thought if he should call Lu Yao to tell her the delay in their vacation to Panu Islands, there was suddenly a gentle knock on the door. Is there anything you need me for? Jiang Chen turned around and saw Aisha standing at the door. Someone wants to see you, Aisha said softly. He's here already. I see, leave it up to me. Smiling, Jiang Chen got up from the chair. A black Santana parked outside the courtyard of the mansion, a man standing like a statue stood outside the steel gate. 1.8 m high, slightly dark skin, with a sharp buzz cut, facial feature could only be described as ordinary. The vintage gray jacket made him even more ordinary. But if one underestimated his ability, without a doubt, they would pay the price for that, especially those spies from the hostile force. Sauntering to the gate, Jiang Chen gave him a friendly smile and opened the door for him. General Staff Department, Dagger, the man meticulously said and extended his right hand. The man called Dagger was the bodyguard that the bigwigs had sent to protect Jiang Chen's safety. One part was to protect him, the other to keep an eye on him. But Jiang Chen didn't mind since it was only for a month. Jiang Chen, he said in a casual tone and shook his hand. The moment they hands shook, Daggers appeared astonished as he stared at Jiang Chen's disbelief. In response to Dagger's face's bewilderment, Jiang Chen merely smiled and let go. Had Mr. Jiang worked with guns before? Dagger asked in an undertone. I played with them overseas. I don't think this breaks any law. Jiang Chen laughed. Dagger did not respond and nodded, and then he took out a document from his inner pocket and handed it to Jiang Chen. From today onwards, your safety will be my responsibility until the program is developed and transferred to Zhongxin High Tech. If you have any concerns or if you're displeased with my performance, you can call the number provided in the document to report to my superior. I will do my best to do my work to the best of my ability without affecting your daily life, but I hope Mr. Jiang can also cooperate with me. In the next 30 days, please avoid traveling in crowded places as much as possible, so as to reduce the difficulty of my work. Will I encounter any danger? Jiang Chen frowned slightly. We don't rule out the possibility of encountering external forces agents, Dagger responded tersely. Jiang Chen nodded. He had already expected this situation to occur until the completion of the program. If anyone wanted to prevent Hua from getting their hands on UAV's Smart Control System 1.0, targeting him would be the easiest choice. But after this month, the situation should be a lot safer. No problem, do I need to provide you with a room? The man called Dagger shook his head. No need, I will maintain a certain distance with you, Mr. Jiang can pretend I don't exist. Then where will you stay? Jiang Chen chuckled. Dagger pointed at the black Santana behind him. I'll be okay in the car. Call me if you encounter any special situation. No problem. Jiang Chen shrugged. Just as he was about to say that was all, he suddenly remembered and asked, what about my family? Rest assured, our people are already secretly protecting them, Dagger answered positively. In fact, Jiang Chen himself was not too scared of the threat of the external force. As for individual combat power, no one in this world could match him, even the agent from General Staff Department named Dagger. The only thing he was anxious about was his family in the far Hucheng. Although Dagger had already stated that they were protecting them, Jiang Chen was still worried. The original plan was to go home in New Year to give the two elders a surprise, as well as carefully explain his current situation. Since some words were better off said in person rather than on phone. But now, it seemed to be necessary to head back earlier. Jiang Chen briefly explained his recent itinerary to Dagger before he returned to the mansion. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Jiang Chen stored the virtual reality training chamber in the storage dimension. With nothing to do after Aisha completed her 2-hour training program, she started watching TV. Seeing that Jiang Chen came back, she lowered the TV volume and asked, "Is it done?" "Aha. What do you think about the ability of that person?" Jiang Chen was naturally referring to Dagger. "Weaker than me." Only after a moment's thought, Aisha came to this conclusion, and then she went on without hesitation, "At least when I was observing him, he didn't notice my gaze at all." If Dagger heard this comment, he would probably have the urge to commit suicide by smashing his head onto a block of tofu. My Aisha is already this strong. Jiang Chen praised her and couldn't resist rubbing the brown hair. Her gorgeous face blushing, Aisha timidly lowered her head. After all, I have already completed at least 500 times of training sessions in the system. Is that level of bodyguard necessary? I alone should be enough to protect you. Even for a veteran soldier, it would be impossible to complete 500 missions in peacetime. Considering realism of the virtual reality system and the increase in physical ability due to the genetic vaccine, the experienced agent Dagger would naturally lose to Aisha. Some things may not be what they appear on the surface. Rather than saying that the bodyguard Dagger is here to protect me, it is more fitting to say he is keeping an eye on me. Jiang Chen shrugged. A penetrating light flashed across Aisha's eyes while she softly uttered lethal words, do you want me to get rid of him? Ahem, that would cause more trouble, so just ignore him for now. It'll be difficult this month, but after this month, we can then move. Move? This place is not good? Aisha asked as she tilted her head. It's not about good or bad euro, there are too many things to consider here, Jiang Chen explained in simple terms as he didn't want to do too much explanation about this issue. Aisha half-knowingly nodded. In regard to the trouble that Jiang Chen was facing, she didn't really understand. But she was clear on one point, regardless of he faced, as long as he needed her, she was willing to raise her gun for him. Just like what happened in Vite. With her hands encircling Jiang Chen's neck, her blue eyes gazed softly at the black pupils. Wherever you will go, I'll always be with you. Jiang Chen felt his heart being filled with warmth. Heart throbbing, Jiang Chen bit the lovely, red lips. The quiet atmosphere lasted for a long while before the two parted. I plan to go back to Hucheng tomorrow. Hucheng? Your hometown? She vaguely recalled Jiang Chen mentioning it before. I will stay there for a month. Take some change of clothes with you. Hearing this, Aisha's face all of a sudden turned red as a rare hint of coyness crept into her voice. Could I meet your parents? Jiang Chen paused before a troubled look appeared on his face. It's okay, but it feels, forget it if it's troublesome, Aisha softly said, albeit slightly disappointed. She didn't want him to feel troubled. No, not troublesome at all, but you have to promise me one thing. Jiang Chen opened his mouth looking somewhat awkward. The blue pupils began to show an excited look. When my parents ask you about your age, say that you're over 18. Hucheng, a tranquil and beautiful small town that sat on the east side of Fanyang Lake. Compared to a major metropolitan like Wanghai City, the pace of life here was slow. There were no towering skyscrapers, crowded streets, nor an endless stream of traffic on the streets. The buildings along the streets were only 4 or 5 stories high with first-floor shops. This type of scenery was hard to see in Wanghai City. After being used to the propensity of the big city, occasionally breathing the air of a small town indeed was a unique experience. Watching the familiar but strange scenes outside the window, Jiang Chen somehow felt melancholic about coming home. Since he entered Wanghai University 5 years ago, he rarely came back. After his graduation, he didn't even go home. He calculated, since the last time he came, it has been more than 2 years. With the dream of building his own career in the big city, as well as being a proud university student, he swore when he graduated that without becoming successful, he will never come back. Now that he thought about it, when he graduated, he didn't live the best life. But life is always filled with countless coincidences. The life full of hardships only lasted for a year before his life became a fantastic journey that was almost impossible to imagine. Not only did he drive a luxury car accompanied by a beauty, a senator from the General Staff Department followed him. Not even the governor of the province could receive this type of treatment. When the car passed through the high school he attended, the familiar gate as well as the aged face in the security room flashed by. Looking at the rusty school emblem, Jiang Chen felt even more melancholic. Should we stop here for a bit? Aisha noticed the change in Jiang Chen's expression as she caringly asked. No need, I want to go home earlier. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chen shook his head. The people he longed for the most was without a doubt his parents. Finally coming home. Looking at the familiar street, a genuine smile appeared on his face. Aisha scanned the GPS and accelerated. The black Sonata following them also picked up the speed as it followed Jiang Chen's Maybach without missing a beat. It was a young man sitting in the driver's seat. He looked sharp, but also unsettled. He looked like he was new to the job. The man called Dagger sat in the passenger seat. With eyes narrowed, he looked like he was taking a nap. But the people who know him all knew, if you thought he was asleep, you would be absolutely wrong. Business people are so damn rich. Miao Jun, holding the steering wheel, stared at the Maybach and said enviously. Living in a mansion, driving a luxury car. But envy was envy. With his meager salary, there was no hope of buying a car like that. Dagger opened his eyes to glance at his partner before continuing to close his eyes. His voice sounded reminiscent. Experience life more when you are young. When the time is right, someone will ask you if you will leave or get promoted. If you decide to leave, once you take off your uniform, you can go work as a bodyguard for rich people. The money you earn is enough to buy one. The people wealthy enough to hire ex-agents as bodyguards would not cheap out on the money. Since the bodyguard's loyalty is connected to their life. The comrades that he worked with within the General Staff Department that chose to leave all made enough money not only for a car but a lovely house. But him, with all forms of injuries, only the shiny badges brought some comfort. But he didn't regret anything. Because he is a soldier, the moment he enlisted, he decided to continue down this route. Miao Jun looked at Dagger in shock and laughed in embarrassment. We'll see. Leaving the army is still too far away. Dagger cracked a smile, and the wrinkles on his face were squished together. Although his partner named Miao Jun didn't say anything, he knew the young man would decide to leave the army. It was a different time now. Nothing wrong to consider more for yourself. There were only foolish men like him who would contribute his entire life to the greater good. Not early, make up your mind earlier. Once this mission is completed, your profile will be promoted. If you perform well, it won't be long before someone asks you the question. Commander Dagger, what do you think about my ability? Miao Jun laughed with a sense of pride in his voice. He had the pride of the young generation. Since he was a top student from military school, regardless if it was digital warfare, fighting, or shooting, he obtained A+ in every category. He did have the right to be prideful. But Dagger just laughed and said. Enough to be a bodyguard for a small boss, but still too naive for people who fear death. He didn't hear the praise he expected to hear. Miao Yun paused for a moment as he made an awkward face. People who fear death. Dagger didn't respond to Miao Jun's question as he closed his eyes and continued to rest. Miao Jun glanced at the old commander, displeased. As the newcomer of the new generation, what kind of qualifications do you have as an old man who didn't even go to university to berate me like this? Under this mixture of emotion, he couldn't hide his temper and spoke with an attitude. This is a B-level mission, could you take it more seriously? Dagger opened his eyes as he looked dubiously at Miao Yun. He only left a sentence with deeper meanings before he closed his eyes again. The person sitting in the car in front is a person that fears death. Miao Jun was confused. This means he has a powerful bodyguard. But other than the foreign girl driving, who else is in the car? Could someone be hiding in the trunk? Dagger peeked at his confused expression and shook his head secretively. While this rookie has the abilities to be successful, his observation skill is too weak. As an agent, weak ability doesn't matter. But a flaw in observation is the most critical weakness of all. On the car in front, not only was Dagger unable to see the boundary of the VIP being protected, but he also sensed the foreign girl driving the car with a cold expression has abilities that should not be underestimated. Although the mission was B, there was no difficulty at all. Whatever the two people behind them thought, Jiang Chen had no interest at all. Just like what Dagger suggested, he and Aisha pretended that those two didn't exist. It was around half an hour more before the car drove into an old-looking neighborhood. He parked the car, held onto Aisha's hand, and stepped onto the familiar concrete stairs. When he climbed to the fourth stairs, looking at the old door, he had a bitter smile on his face. In 3 months' time, he had sent over 1 million home. But by the looks of it, Mom and Dad didn't even touch the money. Jiang Chen inhaled deeply, raised his hand, and gently knocked on the door. Aisha, who stood beside him, had a rare frantic expression on her face. Although the franticness was carefully hidden behind her cold mask, when she met Jiang Chen's eyes, her coldness melted away, and her nervousness of meeting the parents was exposed. Jiang Chen squeezed her hand as he gave a comforting smile. "Don't be nervous, my parents are nice people." But even though he was the person saying that, he began to feel nervous himself. Half a month ago he just told his mom he has no girlfriend, but now he brought a foreign girl back. Would mom and dad be happy or? The footsteps behind the door began to approach. The door opened. Staring at the emotional figure behind the door, Jiang Chen felt his eyes tearing up. Mom! Hardship had left its mark of time on that face. Seeing the dyed white hair on her temples, Jiang Chen could not help but become teary-eyed. Mom! Jiang Chen hugged his mom. Little Chen, you're finally back. Embracing her beloved son, Li Xuemei's voice was choked with emotion. Aha, I'm back. Your son has grown up. The rim of Jiang Chen's eyes were full emotions as he took a deep breath and said with a tremulous voice. Accomplished or not, you're always my son. Old man, your son is back. Come out and take a look. Lin Xuemei shouted behind her. But there was no response in the room. She slapped her forehead and chuckled when it dawned on her. Look at this memory. I think your dad is probably playing chess in that stone pavilion in the district. You quickly go look for him, since it's almost time to eat. That old man must be showing off with his chess friends, flaunting the house that his dear son had purchased in Wanghai City. Due to her old age, her memory was not as good. Jiang Chen was heartbroken while staring at his mother. What's there to boast about me? Although his words sounded humble, a proud smile unconsciously crept into his face. Okay, stop bragging, go get your dad to help me. My little Chen is finally back, so your mom will show off some skills. This is... As she spoke, Li Xuemei's eyes suddenly lit up as though she had discovered a treasure while she stared at Aisha, who was hiding behind Jiang Chen. A different face, to someone who never left the country, was always an exciting news. I'm Jiang Chen's assistant. Because of trepidation, Aisha almost bit her tongue. Assistant? Jiang Chen took a moment to process it. It was different from what they had agreed upon. He gazed at the flushed face and facepalmed. It finally dawned on him, why would Aisha change her mind? He didn't expect that at the last moment, this girl would be frightened silly. But this could also work. It saved him from being interrogated by his parents. Assistant? Li Xuemei looked at her son, baffled. Why bring the assistant back? She thought it was a daughter-in-law that her son had brought back. Even if it was a foreigner, she would not mind. Rather, she would be proud of her son. Since she grew up in the reform and opening period, to the people in their era, being married to a foreigner was something to be proud of. Assistant in my work. Because it's quite hectic in the company and due to some business needs, she has to come back with me. This is Aisha from UA, Jiang Chen hurriedly explained. Strictly speaking, Aisha is a Syrian, but considering the copious negative news in that area, Jiang Chen didn't want his parents to think too much, so he didn't say her real hometown. The green card was processed by an acquaintance of Robert's, so it would be accurate to say she was a UA citizen. Listening to Jiang Chen's explanation, Li Xuemei thought for a brief moment before she smiled at Aisha, and then she warmly held her hand. Come in. I haven't cleaned the house for a while. Please don't take offense. It's okay, Aisha responded, face reddening. Our little Chen has always been like this. He's pretty slow with the girls, ahem. Mom, why are you revealing your son's dark past? Jiang Chen grumbled and coughed loudly to interrupt his mom from continuing. Jiang Chen looked embarrassed, but Aisha wore an interested expression on her face. What dark past? Li Xuemei rebuked Jiang Chen before once again smiled at Aisha, saying, Shasha, let aunt tell you, little Chen has always been courteous since he was young. It's the first time he brought a girl home. Sha Sha. Isn't the spelling of a foreign name? Jiang Chen forced a smile as he wanted to correct his mom's mistake, but Aisha didn't seem to mind. In regard to the name Sha Sha, she appeared to take a liking to it. His first time. Aisha had a timid expression. Aha. Li Shuamei nodded. She obviously could tell the meaning behind Aisha's expression. Thinking of her would-be grandchildren, she affectionately took Aisha's hands and continued cheerfully, "Let me tell you when he was young." Seeing the mom and daughter-in-law walking into the room, smiling and laughing, a genuine smile broke on Jiang Chen's face. Although he was afraid of his mom revealing his dark past, but when he thought about the happiness on her face, it did not matter anymore. As long as she felt happy. Aisha began helping Li Shuamei to prepare dinner in the kitchen. Speaking of food, it was worth mentioning a small episode that happened between Aisha and Jiang Chen. In the beginning, Jiang Chen was concerned about Aisha's religion. Therefore, he specifically instructed not to deliver pork to the organic food company that delivered vegetable and meat to his mansion. Until one day, when Aisha and Jiang Chen grabbed a takeout ham pizza, the pork taboo was finally resolved. According to Aisha's argument, when she became Jiang Chen's woman, in fact, she had already violated the doctrine, and automatically abandoned her religious identity, therefore her diet taboo would naturally no longer exist. But when it comes to pork, she still preferred beef and lamb, and this was purely because of eating habits, rather than taboo. Witnessing the death of her parents at the hands of religious zealots, she had long begun to question her religion. Thus, towards her husband becoming an atheist, she didn't feel any repulsion at all. Particularly, after living in this highly secular state for some time, she began to get accustomed to living just for one person. In fact, Aisha's change was noticeable, except Jiang Chen never really paid attention to it. For example, if Aisha was really religious, she would be seen praying several times in a day, but Aisha never prayed at home. Seeing that Aisha and his mom had such a good relationship already, Jiang Chen left the time to the two as he went downstairs alone. Downstairs, he met Dagger and Miao Yun leaning against the Santana chewing on takeout food. "Do you want to come up for a meal?" Seeing the poor guys, Jiang Chen invited with a smile. Miao Jun wanted to accept, but Dagger shook his head. "There are strict rules within the organization, so just pretend we don't exist." Jiang Chen shrugged and no longer insisted. "Suit yourself, but I don't understand how you guys are so obvious downstairs. Is this really okay?" Hearing this, Dagger cracked a smile. "What do you think? Should agents go hide in the bushes? Those are assassins, not bodyguards." Jiang Chen laughed, he shook his head and walked to the stone pavilion. Dagger continued digging into his plastic container of fish-flavored minced pork with rice. "Do we not need to follow?" Finished, Miao Jun threw the container into the garbage and dusted his hands. Dagger chewed slowly. After swallowing the food in his mouth, he nonchalantly said, "No need. This neighborhood is safe." Miao Jun immediately realized after taking a moment to think, he awkwardly laughed. "People on the top didn't even tell us, because there's no need," Dagger interrupted his partner's words, throwing the squeaky clean lunch box into the trash. "That's why I said, there is a lot more you need to learn." VIP was already under protection, how could his relative's security be overlooked? If anyone dared to make moves here, it was no different than running straight into a gun.